In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Please hit the like button as you come in. And if you are one of the new content creators who are suddenly now doing politics, any stories that you get from over here, please give me the credit. I understand that there are several people who think that they are doing political news now. So make sure you give the credit who gave you the idea. The same person who gave you the idea to have morning shows and all of that, please make sure you give the credit where credit is due. But you can try to emulate me, but you can never be as good as me. To actually see a motherfucker with a political shit in their title every morning now. Every morning now. Now, a fucking deadbeat, a motherfucker follower or wants to talk about 45, 47 every morning now. Oh my God, these people are fucking jokes. I tell you, these people are fucking jokes. Grand Rising the Bushes. Hey Liz, Grand Rising Foot Soldier. Roseby, how are you? Let's see how many of these people who think that, oh, I can't deal with politics. Politics is so boring. I can't deal with politics. Let's see how many of them over there are dealing with this motherfucker always copying off of Ronnie Q. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. But we'll go forward. Hey Leonard, it's good to see you, my mod Leonard. Hey Tanya, hey Miss Toby. Let's get started. Uh oh my God. These people are fucking retards. These slow ass subscribers are included as well. These motherfuckers who act as if act as if the new stuff is the best stuff. Motherfuckers who don't give a shit about you other than what you can cash at them. Anyway, enough of that. Okay. The art of the Neo. Uh, in the news today, we did see 45, 47 bow down to Vladimir Putin when they had their meeting on Friday. Now, we do realize that Putin is a war criminal, right? We do realize any other place that almost any other nation that Putin go, he would have been arrested. But 45, 47 actually had him in the United States rolling out the red carpet for him. He had our troops on hands and knees. If you didn't miss it, if you didn't see it, he had our troops, instead of arresting him, he had our troops on their hands and knees rolling out the red carpet for a war criminal. And so 45, 47 said that he would be disappointed. He's going for a what is it? He was going for a stop of he was going for them to stop shooting at each other. And Ukraine had already a ceasefire. Ukraine had already agreed to a ceasefire. So there was no them in that whole ceasefire situation. See, it was Russia who stopped it and started up fighting again during their last ceasefire. So are we sitting up here watching 45, 47 play semantics? Uh, when you hear him talk, all of this both sideism, see, and that's why the for-profit media should be ashamed of themselves. Well, but they have no shame because all they care about is the money. All they care about are the mergers that they need 45, 47's approval for. So you continue to hear this both sides. They want a ceasefire from both of them without continuing to tell you that Ukraine has already agreed to a ceasefire. It is Russia who refuses a ceasefire. So 45, 47 take his ass out there and says, I just want a ceasefire. If I don't get a ceasefire, I'll be very disappointed. I'm gonna give Putin 10 days. I'm gonna give him 50 days. Then I'm gonna give him 10 and 11 days. This has to stop. This killing has to stop. So what he's telling you is, Putin said that he needs 60 days to achieve his objective in Ukraine. And about 10 or 11 days later, 45, 47 came out and said, I'm going to give him 50 days. So that's you're going to give him everything he wants. That's what he told you. But the media is acting like they cannot connect the real story. They give the story to you in two sentences and act like these two sentences where they have floated off from their original statement is the be all end all of the story. And see, that is so indicative of this country acting like history is your enemy. So Putin said that he needs 60 days to accomplish his goal. He said, I'm going to give him 50 days, about 10 or 12 days after Putin said he needed 60. And then when he was entertaining the people from the EU when he was at his golf course, then all of a sudden he felt embarrassed. And when the real press started asking him, what are you going to do if Russia doesn't agree to a ceasefire? Well, I'm going to put some he said he's going to put tariffs on them. They're not tariffs, they're their sanctions. This shows you what a moron we are actually doing it. I'm gonna double up on the tariffs. They don't have any tariffs because we don't trade with Russia. They're called sanctions. There are sanctions on Russia, but he said he's gonna double up the tariffs on them if they didn't agree to a ceasefire. So what happened on Friday? What happened on Friday is Taco Tits got son. Taco Tits had your. I got that from the Taco Tits. Who calls it Taco Tits? I've had it. If you haven't gone over to that channel, go check out I've had it. So Taco Tits goes over and has your military on their hands and knees rolling out the red carpet for a dictator. This is the person who started the war. Did you see Vladimir did you see Zelensky get the red carpet rolled off for him? The person who was attacked by Russia, but Russia got the red carpet rolled out with your troops on their hands and knees? No, you didn't see that. You didn't see that at all. And even on the plane over there, if they don't agree to a ceasefire, I'll be very, very upset. And what? If they don't agree to a ceasefire, it was ceasefire, 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 ceasefire. If everything was about the ceasefire. And then Putin was like, I ain't ceasing shit. Putin he was looking like this when Putin showed up with all skinning and grinning and clapping his hands and damn near jumping up and down as he waited for Putin to deplane a minute after he got off his plane, and he stood there waiting on Putin and clapping his hands like a fucking trained seal. And Putin, this is his smugness. This is Putin had the absolute right to feel smug about this whole situation. Wouldn't you, if you had a motherfucking idiot who is running this whole situation? Let me tell you something. I am one to believe that Putin has something on 45, 47. I am one to believe that he absolutely does. Now, but then when the meeting was over, all of a sudden, look at him, looking like an imbecile. This is at the end of the meeting. Now look at the face on both of them. Who looks like they zoom in who? Who's zooming who? You may not know. They had a little press conference. Putin walked out, and Putin set the tone for the parameters of what they were going to disclose in that 3-hour meeting that they had. Putin came out and spoke first and said, this is what happened. And then this was a press conference. A press conference usually entails the press asking questions. That didn't happen. Putin said what he had to say, and then this orange face, bumbling idiot mumbled around and blah, 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 blah. You know, we don't have peace. We don't have a ceasefire, but we're looking for peace. Now all of a sudden, there will be no ceasefire. We're just looking for a whole peace. We're looking for whole peace now. But Zelensky's not there. The other part of the war is not there, but you're looking for peace. Okay. Okay. What happened? And also, do you understand that this whole summit was aborted? Do you know that there was supposed to be a whole lunch or dinner taking place in Anchorage, Alaska? That did not happen. They cut off the press conference. No questions were asked by the press because they were, okay, bye, 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 oh, bye, bye. As soon as the idiot got finished saying that he had reached no ceasefire agreement did he look angry or did he look stupid? Did he look angry or did he look stupid? No, he had no anger. He announced no new tariffs, and he said that there will be no new tariffs. I will show you a Marco Rubio. Now he sends Marco Rubio out here to handle the questions about how stupid that they looked, having a dictator who is under who is should be arrested for war crimes, who has an arrest warrant out for his war crimes, and he hosted him in our nation. But so to answer to all of this buffoonery and how stupid he looked, oh, he did go on. Who else? What did they call it? Uh, state sanctioned media. That would be Fox News. That's what the Midas Touch call them. I like that. This is state sanctioned news. Fox News. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. I am talking a little bit. Hey Jill, how you doing? He wants to suck Putin and let he. I think he. This is just my thought. My thought is, do you think that he gave Putin a hand job when he Grand Rising Bernice, when he let Putin sit in that in the beast, unprecedented, having a former KBG agent sit in the beast, the car that we spend so much money on to make sure he secured. He let Vladimir Putin, a well-adept KGB agent, sit in the beast. Are we going to forget that the last person who was going to run against Putin found himself in jail and found himself no longer breathing a short time later? Are we gonna pretend like we haven't heard about the political somebody who was against Putin politically, walking in the park with his daughter and sitting on a bench, and then being poisoned by some agent, some poison that was sprinkled on the benches? Are we going to pretend like we don't remember that? I think he died and the daughter almost died. Okay. So he had him sitting in the beast, the car that the United States citizens pay so much money for. Putin looked like he just took Cheeto's booty. Oh, Lord have mercy. Good morning, Madison. Grand Rising. But but why do they look related though? I don't think they look related. I think they look related. Okay, let me see. What else? I believe they are in it together. I believe they have talked behind the scenes. I don't believe that 4547 has any control. And let's understand that 4547 adores dictators. Let's understand. We're going to get to the Zelensky meeting. Let's be real clear that somebody had the nerve to ask Zelensky about elections when their country is in the middle of trying to defend themselves from a dictator who has come in to try to take a part of their country away. And so can you imagine? See, we have been at war in the United States, but it hasn't been in the United States in our lifetimes. We have had no wars in the United States. I think Pearl Harbor predates anybody that I've seen chatting in here. So, and that was not a war. That was a strike that started a war. That happened on our grounds. But we have not had an active war. So can you imagine being in an active war, and the elections are scheduled and you are supposed to go out, stand in line, and vote for your candidate? That's how is that going to happen? So they bring that up when Zelensky is there, and Zelensky said, well, we're in the middle of a war. We can't have a war, but when the war is over, yeah, we're gonna set up elections. So then you hear 45, 47 chimes in. Oh, you can't, with a smile on his face. Oh, you can't have an election during a war. Well, when in 3 years or so, hey, if we happen to be in a war, then like it was cute and funny, and like saying basically, well, if I declare a war with some nation, Iraq again, Iran again, well, I can say I'm in a war, so we can't have elections. Let me tell you, if it wasn't clear when that man did not want to give the election to the rightful winner, Biden, that he if he got back in office, he would stay in office. What I don't know what you need to know. Be I don't know what it is. My sound working? I guess my sound is working. My bubble. Oh, there it is. I don't know what you need to know beyond the point that this man expects to stay in office. I don't know what you need to know beyond the point that he has uh Make America Great Again 2028 hats that he allows all of the heads of states to visit and to grab a hat or a shirt or some merch. He has a merch shop with 2028 memorabilia already that he's passing out. If you don't know that, you haven't been here, because I showed it to you. They are definitely in cahoots. Now let me tell you something. Okay, so the big push is already uh on the books for him to fuck over the elections. Now, if you are not familiar with this, let me read this for you. 45, 47. Now, Putin said that you're absolutely right. You won the election. And Putin also told him that if you have mail-in ballots, there's no way that the election can be fair. And and Putin also told him, "Hey, if you had been in office, no, we wouldn't have had a war." So here comes 45, 47. That is the only takeaway that he was willing to share about the meeting. That was the only takeaway, that Putin told him that if he was in office, there would have been no more. Putin told him that you cannot trust mail-in ballots, because the election would never be fair. So now, regardless, not irregardless, regardless of all of the investigations, the court rulings, Fox News having to pay almost $1 billion for floating the lie that the Dominion voting machines were changing votes. Outside of all of that, that's what he took away from this. Now, so then he comes out with a post. Let me read it for you. I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots. And also, while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines, which cost 10 times more than the accurate and sophisticated watermark paper, which is faster and leaves no doubt at the end of the evening as to who won and who lost the elections. We are now the only country in the world that use mail-in voting. Now, that is an absolute lie. And you know who else uses mail-in voting? Russia. Russia uses mail-in voting. But you had this numbnut taking in every word that Putin told him and saying we are the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting. You can also vote online in Russia. It's not like Russia gives a fuck about the validity of their votes anyway. Is it? Is it? Okay, so let's continue. Okay. All others give all others gave it up because of the massive voter fraud encountered. Now, we have mail-in voting and we have these voting machines. Now, what is all this massive voting fraud that he claimed voting fraud in 2020, but none was found in the a very minuscule people voted twice. In most cases, in all cases that I have heard of, they were Republican voters. One man voted for his dead wife. One man voted for his dead mother. It was always the Republicans who were double voting. That was the fraud that was detected that I recall. If anyone else can recall any fraud, please put it in the chat. Okay, let me see. Vote. Okay. Other gave it up because of the massive voter fraud encountered. We will begin this effort, which will be strongly opposed by the Democrats because they cheat at levels never seen before, by signing an executive order to help bring honesty to the 2026 midterm elections. Well, why do you need honesty when you can go to your red state governors and tell them to gerrymander or more seats in a year that it is the map is not to be hampered with? Why do you need to do that when these dumb Republican senators, congressmen, governors will do any and everything you say? Okay, there's that. Okay, remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating votes. So, these people who want to take everything from education to abortion, all to FEMA, to the states, but all of a sudden the states have to follow what the federal government say. The states have no say in how they're going to tabulate and how they are going to allow their people in their states to vote. No, they have to follow federal guidelines. You got federal guidelines for voting, but you don't have any federal guidelines for when there's a national disaster in your state. Now, what sense does that make to you? What does that say to you? If you have any sense, what is he saying right there? Okay. Okay, he's saying that we're gonna rig the 2026 election because I will not be able the Republicans will not be able to win back their seats because of the bad policy that they did not block, that is going to hurt the people in their states, and therefore we have to rig the elections for the midterms because God knows I cannot allow Democrats to move ahead in the House, in the Senate, and the next election that the people who I've fucked over is going to be the midterm election. So I have to make sure that Republicans win the House and the Senate to continue my devious plans. That's what that means. Okay. Remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating the votes. They must do what the federal government and as represented by the President of the United States tells them for the good of our country to do. Not see, the vote is not about what the people want. It's about what the president tells them to do for the good of our country to do. You're not supposed to count the vote to understand what the people want. You are supposed to do voting to for the good of the country according to what the president of the United States tell you to do. Okay. With their horrible radical left politics like open borders, men playing sports in men playing in women's sports, transgender and woke for everyone, and so much more. Democrats are virtually unelectable without using this completely disproven mail-in scam. Now, when has a mail-in voting been proven a scam? He did say disproven a mail-in scam. It is disproven because it has not been proven. Completely disproven. You're right. You couldn't. He couldn't write a completely proven mail-in scam. So he is right there. The mail-in scam that he's talking about is disproven. He is correct there. Elections can never be honest with mail-in ballots. Putin just told me, so it has to be true. And everybody, in particular, the Democrats, knows this. I and the Republican Party will fight like hell to bring honesty and integrity back to our elections. The mail-in ballot hoax using voting machines that are a complete and total disaster must end. Now, remember, without fair and honest elections and strong and powerful borders, you don't even have a semblance of a country. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. Hey, viewers of you. Good to see you. I thought they said Nancy Pelosi husband company was in control of the voting machines, if I remember right. Oh, I don't remember that part of it, but that is very possible. Uh, I find I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what he does for a living. Okay. I don't recall anything about that. Uh, hey Tebe, it's good to see you. Mail-in votes helps troops and people who travel and people, American citizens that live abroad. Yes, it helps all of them and the families of the military. Okay, so let me continue with what I wanted to share with you guys. Let me go through my banners because I always load up and I run late trying to roll up put in my banners, and I always forget to show them. Let me see, what is this? Oh, we talked about that. We talked about that. Now, so if you don't know, that since Putin was to meet with Zelensky on Monday, Zelensky, the whole EU dropped their plans and came to the White House to support Zelensky. So there was none of that showboating and ignorance done because all of the heads of the EU came in solidarity with Ukraine. Uh, y'all did see that, and at the same time, what was Putin doing? Putin was raining down more missiles on Ukraine. He was bombarding them with missiles, and you would want to know that the tanks that was roaring through Ukraine, they had the Russian flag and the United States flag waving as they did it. As they did it, as he was meeting with Zelensky and the UE, you had Russia tanks going through Ukraine with the American flag waved as if America is partners with Russia. Now, did many people talk about that on the news? I did catch some of the for-profit news touching on it, but uh, do you know how cocky and what Putin is uh, trying to tell Ukraine? It don't matter how many times you meet, I'm gonna get whatever the fuck I want. And basically, that's how he left the United States. Uh, all of a sudden, 45-47 pivoted and said that no, he doesn't want a ceasefire. He just wants the whole thing to be over with. But did he mention anything about these children? Everybody's talking about this glorious letter that Melania wrote about the children. She didn't say anything specifically about the Ukrainian children, over 20,000 Ukrainian children who were snatched from their homes. Some of them are being unalived. Some of them are being trafficked. Some of them are being adopted. Did the letter say anything specific about the Ukrainian children? No, not one word. Not one word did it say about the Ukrainian children. The children, they gave out alleged parts of the letter, but have you seen what the letter actually said? No, you ain't seen what it said. You seen what they said it said. What else was in that letter that was slid over to Putin that they ain't telling you about? Because the white race is declining rapidly. The founder of Dominion voting system is uh, Pelosi. John Polos, not Pelosi. Thank you, the Bushes, because I had never heard anything about Pelosi. Okay, so I thank you for clearing that out. Rose Bennett. Um, I understand that some news is new to some people, but these Johnny come latelys to this political conversation that I've been having since before the election, who are now trying to talk about political things. I've covered that months ago, with actually what's his name? Uh, what is his name? Oh my goodness. Clarence Thomas, voting, I forgot what it was voting for, which could actually end his interracial marriage. He actually voted for it. Just divorce the bitch. Don't make it illegal for people who really love each other. This was even before the election. They ruled on something that could interfere with interracial marriage. I'll Google that later. But I understand that came from another platform, as if that is some brand new news, but that is old news. Okay. Um, okay. So let me continue. We all have to suffer because their birth rate is low. Okay, so let me continue with what I wanted to share with you guys today. Uh, my first video is a wake up a warning for everybody to wake up. If you there are a lot of people sleeping on what's going on in their lives, in their actual cities, things that affect them, and things that are going to affect you. Because if you just think it's for other people, we now understand it's not just for other people, it's for you too. But hey, I ain't got time to listen to politics. It's so boring. Okay, don't listen. Maybe somebody who voted for 45, 47 can tell you better.
Wake up to what Donald Trump is doing. Here he is once again trying to rig the system. He doesn't believe in the rules. We can't stand back and watch this democracy disappear district by district. We have got to meet fire with fire. We're asking the voters for their consent to do midterm redistricting to level the playing field all across the United States. On November 4th, you have the power to stand up to Trump. Donald Trump, you have poked the bear, and we will punch back. This is a serious moment. Wake up. Wake up, America.
Okay, so I wanted to share that with you. Oh my goodness, I had the banner up. I will reshare this. Let me remove this banner because this is a really good ad. This is Gavin Newsom. They have put redistricting on the ballot on November 4th. This is a off-year redistricting because they want to counter what the Republicans in Texas are doing. So let's check this out. Wake up, America.
Wake up to what Donald Trump is doing. Here he is once again trying to rig the system. He doesn't believe in the rules. We can't stand back and watch this democracy disappear district by district. We have got to meet fire with fire. We're asking the voters for their consent to do midterm redistricting to level the playing field all across the United States. On November 4th, you have the power to stand up to Trump. Donald Trump, you have poked the bear, and we will punch back. This is a serious moment. Wake up.
Okay, so let me make sure my mic is on. This is important because California has an independent agency that is in charge of the redistricting. Unlike a lot of states, some other states have it as well. So instead of just rotting their will on the people, they are asking the people, will this be okay for us to do? Because this is how they are playing politics on the Republican side. So we need to know if we can play the same game that they are playing. Now here's a thanks for 4547. Someone would like to thank 4547.
A special message from America's drug dealers, child sex traffickers, and serial killers. We would like to thank Republicans like Senator John Cornyn for all of their help. Every day we have FBI agents trying to catch us and bring us to justice. Now Republicans have decided to send the FBI after Texas state lawmakers. That's fewer FBI agents we need to worry about. It's an early Christmas gift from the Republicans. We can now spend more time selling drugs, trafficking children, and murdering the innocent, and less time avoiding the FBI. It takes a special kind of person to stand with us and help make our lives easier. We'll all be voting Republican. From the bottom of our drug-dealing, sex trafficker, murdering hearts, we thank you.
Another fabulous ad from the Lincoln Project. If you all of these links are in my description box. Now, speaking of Texas, now the Texas Republicans left Texas. They were gone for 2 weeks, and they have gone back. They wanted to not allow Texas to have a quorum on these gerrymandered maps, but now they are all back in Texas. Well, I don't know if they're all back, but enough of them are back that they do have a quorum. And if you remember, they put out arrest warrants for them that they could not execute unless the people were actually in the state of Texas. They asked the FBI to intervene for what cause or reason, I don't know, because if that was a state's issue, that wasn't a federal issue, that was a state's issue that they wanted the FBI to get involved in. You see how when it's convenient, it's a state's issue. When they don't want to help the American people recover from natural disasters, it's a state issue. The states that has no money, no will to in the red districts to make you whole again. And then when it's something that's going to keep them in power, it's always a federal issue. It's always a federal issue when it comes to keeping the Republicans in power. But I digress. Now, since they are back, they have a quorum, and they made all of the representatives on the Democrat side sign a paper that says that there will be some type of police officer assigned to them everywhere they go until these the votes on these new gerrymandered maps are completed. There was one Democrat woman who refused to sign it, and you know what they did? You know what they're doing? They're holding her hostage in the Capitol. They are not allowing her to leave the Capitol on her own free will. Isn't that hostage taking? Because she would not sign a paper to have the police follow her everywhere she goes. This is your Republican how the Republicans are governing Black women in Texas. Let me share this with you. If you didn't know, now you know. That I didn't hear a lot of this talked about, but let's talk about it.
Nicole Collier. This morning, Texas Democratic lawmaker Nicole Collier is waking up locked inside the state capitol. She's been there since Monday afternoon because she refused to sign a permission slip for a law enforcement escort home.
As you can see, it's empty in here.
Just outside those locked doors are crowds chanting, "Let her out." Collier was one of more than 50 Texas Democrats who left the state for 2 weeks, attempting to stop a vote on new congressional maps designed to favor Republicans ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. The Texas governor had played hardball to try to get them back, threatening absent Democrats with steep fines and arrest. But after stalling the Texas House for 2 weeks, many of those Democrats returned on Monday, greeted by cheers as they walked the halls of the Capitol. With the Democrats back, the Texas House of Representatives finally has a quorum, making it possible for Republicans to go forward with their plan to redraw the congressional maps.
A quorum is present, and it's time to resume the work of the people of Texas sent us here to do.
On Monday, the Republican House Speaker announced that all lawmakers who left the state still face civil arrest warrants, and the doors of the House floor would lock them inside unless they agreed to leave with a police escort. Those officers would also ensure lawmakers return Wednesday when the House is next in session. But Collier refused to sign the document agreeing to the police escort, instead remaining inside the State House.
I'm tired of being pushed around and told what to do when I disagree with the actions of our government.
In a show of unity, two of Collier's Democratic colleagues joined her overnight.
Now, they could leave, but they are standing with me as well. because they're tired and fed up as well.
The Texas Democrats failed in their efforts to stop the Republicans from changing the congressional maps in Texas, but now Democrats in California are attempting to respond by redrawing their congressional maps in a way, George, that would favor Democrats.
And John, President Trump also trying to affect the next election by making a push against mail-in voting fueled by false claims about voter fraud.
Yeah, I mean, one of the amazing things about this, George, is President Trump is citing Vladimir Putin as an expert, saying Putin says you can't have a fair election with mail-in ballots. Vladimir Putin hasn't had a fair election in Russia since his very first one more than 20 years ago. He won with 88% of the vote last time.
So what Putin is telling him is how to cheat an election. And he has the audacity to come out and repeat what Vladimir Putin is saying. It can't be fair to who? To him, to his expected outcome. That's what the mailed-in ballots also cushion. The rejection of him. Let's continue.
In large part because he jailed or worse, his political opponents. Also, George, one very important point about this, the Constitution leaves it up to the states to choose the times, places, and manner for holding elections. In other words, no role for the president on this one.
No role for the president on this one. And you know, I already told you that, but let's see what he 4547 said about the role of the states. Where is it? Remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating the votes. They must do what the federal government, as represented by the President of the United States, tells them for the good of the country to do. Bullshit. If you think that we are going to have if you think that this guy is going to leave office without a lot of push from the people, you are sadly mistaken. Okay, so I wanted to let you guys see that they are actually holding this woman hostage in the state capitol in Austin, Texas. And there's nobody up in arms about this because we're trying to rehash old beef sector bullshit. Okay, let's continue. Now, it seems like the least qualified for their positions, they are challenging each other. Well, I challenge them to be proficient in their jobs. RFK Jr. and Drunk Seth had some type of health challenge. Here we go.
2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You're AJ Secretary. I'm here with Secretary Hegseth from the Department of Defense. And we had our big Pete Bobby challenge today. 50 pull-ups, 100 push-ups. You try to get under 5 minutes. How'd you do? We got close. That was about 5:25. You were right behind me.
Jonathan Lemire asking the appropriate question. Why does RFK Jr., who at 70, let's admit it's jacked. We don't know if...
Okay, you know, this is what they're spending their time on. Health is, let me tell you something. I think that, I remember we had to do the president's fitness test in school. It stopped, I think it stopped before my senior year in school. And we had to do that once a year. I think that the kids are too unhealthy myself. But these people have more things to worry about than this. Let me show you who was at the announcement. Let me see. Uh, oh, let me see if I can find it. It is the birds of the feather of it all. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't find it. I'll find it before we go. The people who surrounded this announcement. Hold on one second. Ah, let me see. Okay, here we go. And you will see who he actually had the nerves to be standing up there. And I'm gonna let you say, I'm gonna let you see what he didn't even know why he was there. Is that the only person that they have speaking? That's one person, Bryson Desai. I don't even know what he does in sport. They have Triple A. He's a wrestler. Let me show you who else he surrounded himself by. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. They just have a little bit of how they didn't show in this clip. I can't find the clip that I really want to show you, the whole press briefing, but I'm gonna show you a little clip of who 4547 decided to bring on camera for his Make America Fit Again. He had a whole press conference. If you guys are not familiar with it, Linda McMahon is there talking about putting the fitness test back in schools. But remember, Linda McMahon, why are you there? That should be a state's issue. How is there going to be a federal issue about fitness in schools that you want to give over to the states, because the states know better how to what their children need? But you have just a opportunity to have sport figures up here. But let me let you see who is the obvious sports figure that he has up here. No other
giving us
than
trust to be able to do this.
Lawrence
I'm
Taylor.
here to serve.
Lawrence Taylor came up there and said, I don't even know why I'm here, but I'm here to serve you. Why is that important? Because Lawrence Taylor is a convicted underage SAer. Convicted was convicted for having intercourse with a 16-year-old. Convicted. And this this is who 4547 had the nimwit to bring into the White House, talking about fitness, unfit man. Well, maybe he's fit for 4547. Maybe that doesn't tarnish him in any way, as all this Epstein shit swirls around him. Oh, y'all ain't forgot about the Epstein shit yet?
To serve you. Okay, so I'm gonna do the best I can for as long as I can.
Also on the council,
the big pat on the back, the big rub on the back. Let me see if I can find the whole thing. Bear with me. Maybe it's here.
Welcome back to Politics Nation. This week, President Trump signed an executive order to bring the presidential fitness test back to public school. The fitness test was first established by President Eisenhower in 1956. The original version called for students.
I want to see the actual press conference. Bear with me.
They're going to do some very important things for.
Oh, here we go. Are you guys still with me? Yes, you guys are still with me. Let's see Lawrence Taylor and his full diminished glory. I will put this link. He's signing the executive order. He has all these people around him as he signed an executive order for the schools. Oh, Fox News didn't carry it all. Okay. They did not carry the whole press conference. Oh, maybe they did. Maybe I missed it. Hold on. Maybe I missed the great LT, come on over. LT, get over here. He didn't even show him any respect as a man. Like, get over here. So familiar with him. He did none of this with these other people who were there. He showed them respect as a man. Okay, it's after her.
And I can't wait to get to work to make a difference in kids' lives, but also in people's lives. I think the time is so important. Obesity is the highest it's ever been. Mental health, as we all know, the need ought to be tackled. So thank you for the trust and look forward to going to work with the team behind me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Nelson. Lawrence, you want to say a few words? Come on up. Come on. He's a little shy, but once he gets going, nobody can stop.
Oh, no, that don't stop. I'm just proud to be on this team. I don't know why. I don't know what we're supposed to be doing, but I'm here to serve, and I'm here to serve you. Okay, so I'm going to do the best I can for as long as I can. Thank you very much.
Nobody like him. Come on, young super.
I don't even know why I'm here. The link is in the description box. No, I'm going to drop the link for you right now. If you are interested in that. I don't know if you guys knew that had happened, but here is the link. Why? Okay, he's all over the place. This dude is totally out of control. I've been casting out those electric bikes. I like, you mean checking out those electric bikes. I like some of them. Trump looks unhealthy. Shouldn't he lead by example? Not snipers. Hoverboards. I am scared of those hoverboards because I can see myself falling back and cracking my head open on one of them. I see so many people fall on those hoverboards that a whole diddler. Yes, we were hardcore. Yes, we were. We used to go outside and run and play till we were tired, and we bent over, put our hands on our thighs, caught our breath, and kept on going. There it is, another red flag of our WWF ran government. Bikes were like motorcycles, had flares and lights and everything, not one helmet in sight. I learned how to put my legs on the handlebars and go downhill and never fell. I heard that view. I didn't put my legs up on the handlebars as I rode downhill. Shoot, I could ride no hands, turn corners, turn tight corners. I could do all of that riding with no hands. Riding a bike was everything. Jumping rope, yes, that double dutch. RFK is pretty buff for an old devil. Steroid technology must be better than they're letting on. The juice. We got the juice. fat kids today, and not only fat, uh, uh so many kids with type 2 diabetes and all of that type of stuff, with old people diseases. They couldn't do that now with kids of today. Now, let me go back to the Al Sharpton. Did have something on there that I may be able to show you. He had what was required back in the day for the first health test. Let's see what was required. I think they said when Eisenhower introduced it. I think it's here.
Welcome back to Politics.
Let's see what was required. Okay, this what was required when it first. Oh shit! I thought I had it on. Oh, hold on. Okay, now oh man, hold on. Stop. Okay, this is what traditional presidential fitness test required: 10 pull-ups, a modified pull-up for girls, 40 sit-ups, 40 push-ups, a 6.5-minute mile. Ooh, I used to hate that fucking run. Standing up, but that was that was before I realized how good I could run. And when I used to run all the time, I was like, oh, I can't believe I used to hate that run. You had to run around the track. I forgot how many times. I think it was no. Yeah, four. We had to run around the track 4 times in 6.5 minutes. Standing board jump. What is a standing board jump? I don't remember that. A softball throw for distance. I don't remember that either. Do you guys remember that? If you don't, maybe it had changed by the time. Maybe it had changed, but I do remember some of that stuff. I bought an e-bike before it was popular, and now the prices are up there. Yeah, LT played for who was it? New York? The New York Giants, I believe. Oh, like leapfrog. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. You had to jump on both feet at the same time forward. Yeah. It's a sport also. But you don't get a running stop. It's a standing in place, right? And you stand in place and you just jump, push off both of your feet and jump forward. Yeah. Okay. So there is I wanted to show you that. I got there is some more that I want to I shared all of that. Let me see. There is some more that I want to show you that is in that video about the challenge. Let me reshare my screen with you because I don't have any kids. I think that the kids it would be good if the kids are healthier and get up and do some shit. Have no issue with it. The only issue I have is how is a president making federal policies for a school when he wants to dismantle the Department of Education. Give Kennedy something to do with rehiring scientists. Give Kennedy something to do with not being a numbnuts and going to before Congress and saying, "Oh, they fired all the scientists for childhood cancer because of DEI." Oh, I didn't know they fired them. Well, that was part of the DEI cuts. I have him know what the fuck he's doing, or fire him because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Period.
Name it. This was light on actual specifics and really focused on just waffle. You know, that draft agenda, whether it was EPA and greenhouse gas.
Oh, no,
What did they do? They said that they were going to do more research on it. There's a lot of people
This
that really
is
believe in them.
important.
It
This is
appears the Trump administration may not come down on the use of pesticides as hard as the health secretary initially said he wanted to. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, well, you know, there was a push from a lot of environmental activists, a lot of people that really believed in the MAHA agenda prior to Bobby Kennedy being named HHS secretary, to say you have to take a firmer line on pesticide use, and specifically chemicals that are in Roundup. Many of you may have that. Many of our viewers may have that at home. There's a chemical in Roundup that has gotten a lot of scrutiny as potentially being carcinogen. So we expected in this MAHA draft agenda report that was released last week that something would be said about this pesticide, that they were going to take firm action here. What did they do? They said that they were going to do more research on it. Something that, frankly, has existed for the last 10 to 15 years. So research, you know, that draft agenda, whether it was EPA and greenhouse gases, whether it was water quality, whether it was, you know, you name it, this was light on actual specifics and really focused on just waffle words like more research. And really, when you look at it, it was more about research into vaccine safety, autism, fluoride, sort of his clarion calls.
So those are his clarion calls and things that disturb a lot of us. I keep hearing that there is a lot of people who support the MAHA agenda, even independent of the vaccine push. Are there positive things that he's talking about regarding food and pesticides, et cetera, that you actually think we should focus on?
Absolutely. I mean, so you said it in the tee up here. He's using his platform and he's doing video messages from a gym. That right there, he's using his platform in a helpful way. They're talking about ultra processed foods, but there's a gap between how they market and how they talk about something. They talk a lot about it. This draft agenda, Joe, had one mention of ultra processed foods. And what did it say? It says, we're going to do more research into the impacts of ultra processed foods.
But you really don't have to do more research into the impact of ultra processed foods, do you? It's terrible for health.
No, and what activists wanted, what they expected they were going to get was a food label. They really wanted a warning on food that say this is an ultra processed food, to make it as clear as day.
Could you give us examples of ultra processed food?
Cereal. I hate to say it, most forms of cereal. Frosted Flakes are probably enemy number one when it comes to ultra-processed
enemy
foods.
number one. I thought it was Putin. It's Frosted Flakes. Everything's upside down. No, so that is interesting, Willie. A lot of people talking more and more about processed food.
Okay, so he always need more research on shit that has been researched to death about the things that are really killing you. So I just wanted to share that they are not doing anything about the Roundup pesticide. Roundup is owned by, I think, is it DuPont? I can't remember. But they're not doing anything about that pesticide, that cancer-causing a pesticide. It has been proven to cause cancer. They're not doing anything about that. Remember Robert F. Kennedy took a swim in a little creek somewhere in D.C. With signs saying "Do not swim." Is E. coli in this water, and he took his grandchildren in there too. So Robert Kennedy Jr. Is overly concerned with physical appearance rather than health, in my opinion. That is just my opinion. So let me share this. Now, I want to know, are you guys aware? Hold on. Let me pull this up. I want to know if you guys are aware that the ICE agents, they are bringing in some more agents from some right-wing states, West Virginia, Ohio, and where's the third place? I can't remember. West Virginia, Ohio, and South Carolina. Some real racist states. They are bringing in my opinion, and they are bringing in more National Guards to DC from these states. And additionally, not only are they bringing them in, they are also going to allow them to carry guns in DC from these racist states. And if you didn't also know that there appears to be some racists already embedded in DC and in California with these masks on their faces. There was a person captured holding up the white power a hand signal, and there was an encounter with somebody saying that the Proud Boys are great people. They love their government. Oh, do they really love their government? Are they great people? These are the people who they have running around with masks on their faces, doing whatever it is they choose to do to black and brown people, and now they are bringing them up from these red states, these butt fuck states, and allowing them to carry guns. Let me find this article. I have it linked in my description box. DC National Guards will have guns now. Let me pull this up for you. Let me enlarge it so I can read it. The link is in my description box. Here we go. I apologize for the delay. Okay, here we go. Here's the article. It is in NPR. The link is in my description box. August 17th, National Guard says members patrolling DC may be armed. And what are the circumstances of them being armed? The mayor and the police chief of DC are concerned that people who are not trained in policing, public policing, would be carrying guns because they are not trained in. Hold on, they are not trained in that. So here we go. DC National Guard members patrolling Washington as part of the 45-47 administration plan to ramp up policing. Ramp up policing may soon be carrying weapons, a Guard spokesman said on Sunday. The Army said last week that the Guard members would not be carrying weapons and would not be making arrests. But on Sunday, Army Senior Master Sergeant Craig Clapper told NPR in a statement that Guard members may be armed consistent with their mission and training. So nobody has gave out a consistent mission and training agenda for the Guards as of yet. Understand that. So we are to believe that only the Guards carrying guns will be doing so inconsistent with their mission and training. How do we know what the mission is? How do we know how they're trained? Their presence is focused on supporting civil authorities and ensuring the safety of the community they serve, Clapper added. The DC National Guard remains committed to assisting the District of Columbia and serving its residents and visitors whenever called upon. So, let me see. Earlier this month, 4547 announced that the federal government was assuming control of the Metropolitan Police Department and would deploy hundreds of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard members to the nation's capital. The Army said on Thursday the Guard members' weapons would remain in the armory to use if needed. Guard members, now this was prior to this announcement. This was what they said at first, last Thursday, and then it changed on Sunday. Okay. We clear on that? We clear on that. Okay. The Army said Thursday that the Guard members' weapons would remain in the armory to use if needed. Guard members stationed in public areas would not conduct arrests, but serve as a visible crime deterrent. And the statement said and be equipped with personal protective equipment such as body armor. Oh, but now time have changed. The Posse Comitatus Act prevents federal armed forces from taking part in civilian law enforcement operations unless they are expressly authorized by the Constitution or an act of Congress. But National Guard members deployed in the U.S. Cities do sometimes carry weapons, such as those who have recently helped patrol the New York City transit system. 4547 expanded the law enforcement presence in D.C. because he said it had been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs, and homeless people. In fact, crime data shows that the violent crime in the city has dropped 26% compared to last year. This time last year. Okay. The move sparked outcry from public officials and residents who said 4547's plan was an overreach by the federal government. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Browser said Friday that the city's limited self-government has never faced the type of tests we are facing right now. Hundreds of demonstrators protested against the police surge in the city on Sunday at the Osbury United Methodist Church, one of D.C.'s predominantly black congregations. The Reverend Roland Bell Jr. Made Trump's crackdown and the presence of National Guard members on the streets a focus of his sermon. Bell, who was a pastor in Minnesota, when unrest erupted following the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis in 2020, said he hoped black leaders would help the community avoid confrontations with troops and federal agents. I think we have learned lessons from the past, he said. I think we are well equipped to handle this moment. Rosa Brooks, a former Metropolitan Police Department. Oh my God. Shh. 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 I apologize. She thinks she says secondary alarm. I apologize. Rosa Brooks, a former Metropolitan Police Department reserve officer who now teaches at Georgetown Law School, voiced alarm at the presence of National Guard troops who are not trained in day-to-day law enforcement on the streets of the Capitol. I think what we're seeing is the effort to habitate, I don't know, habitate people to the ideas that you're going to have an armed federal personnel in your business asking questions, stopping you, and that's just truly scary, Brooks said. But the law enforcement buildup in the district also has its supporters. Republican governors of 3 states, West Virginia, South Carolina, and Ohio, said Saturday that they would send National Guard members to Washington to assist the federal forces already in the capital. Authorities have made 308 arrests in Washington since August 7th, including 135 immigrants in the U.S. illegally, according to White House officials not authorized to share specific data publicly. We need to know what other charges have people been arrested for. Okay. There's that. Okay. President Trump's bold leadership is quickly making our nation a capital safer. White House spokesperson Taylor Rogers said in a statement Sunday, in less than 10 days, over 300 dangerous criminals. What have these people been charged with? What these people have been arrested, but even the first 48 would tell you that sometimes charges are dropped. Just because these people are arrested, how many times have charges been dropped? So they're going on the number of people. They are not saying why these people were arrested. These are now they are saying these just because of these. The number of arrests, these people are dangerous criminals. Do we not know that people are arrested all the time where charges are dropped? When the truth starts coming out about why they were arrested, or the prosecutor don't even bother to prosecute who cops have arrested on the street? Okay. So I just wanted you guys to know that this is in my description box, and I really want to know, do you feel safe now? So let's get into this. Do you feel safe now? ICE Gestapo thugs shoot at an innocent family. This is in San Bernardino, California. So let's take a look at this. Let me share my screen with you guys. Yeah, if you haven't heard this story, it's in several podcast news programs that I've seen first. I think I did see it in parts on CNN as well. Let's take
ICE Gestapo thugs, and it's getting ugly out there. So as you know, Trump effectively, not only did he invade LA and federalize the National Guard and send in the Marines, now he invaded Washington, D.C. He wants to invade Chicago and New York City as well. And what do all those places have in common? Stop and think about it. What do all of those places have in common? Oh, that's right. They're left-wing. They're liberal. They're democratic. They're not red states, right? And so it's this very weird dynamic that we're witnessing where a Republican president is mass hiring a bunch of Republican, Proud Boy, fascist ICE Gestapo thugs and then invading blue cities and cracking skulls. So I'm about to walk you through all this here. Let's start with this one. According to the Associated Press, South Carolina and Ohio are also sending National Guard troops to D.C. in a further escalation of federal intervention in the city. So why are they doing this? Nobody knows. Nobody says. Because the fact of the matter is, there's no widespread pandemonium. There's no giant issue that needs to be addressed. There's no riots. There's no burning down of Walgreens and restaurants and shit. It's not happening. It's not happening. And so again, this is power for the sake of power. It's control for the sake of control. It's a dictator flexing his authority and reminding people who's boss and interrupting their lives too. By the way, as I reported the other day, we know that in the high crime areas of DC, that's not even where these federal law enforcement officials are. They're not even in the high crime areas. Now, even if they were, it still wouldn't make it okay. This is not your job. It's the job of police to do police shit. You're not supposed to invade U.S. cities. But having said that, they're not even in those areas. They're in the lower crime areas. And then that begs the question, well, what are they doing? Why? Why are they doing this? All right, so now I got a whole bunch of just nightmare scenarios to run for you here. So here we go to San Bernardino, and you have a family that was shot at by masked ICE Gestapo thugs. And let's watch. This is a wild, wild story. And I'll say it right now, but every single agent who was involved in this should lose their job and should be tried and locked up for this. This is unacceptable. What we're witnessing here is unacceptable. First of all, why are you even covering your fucking face? You're covering your face because you know what you're doing is illegal and it wouldn't stand up to legal scrutiny. That's why you're covering your face. And then they use that to get away with what they're doing. By the way, how are you even supposed to know if somebody is a federal official? If they're not showing their face, they're not showing their badges. Like, anybody could buy some fake fucking cop, uniform and then do this, and people wouldn't know the difference if it's somebody who actually is a Fed or not. You wouldn't know. So all these people who are scared, all these people who try to get away, it makes perfect fucking sense. All right, watch this, guys.
Now to that story on the shooting involving immigration agents. Tonight, we're hearing from one of the people inside that vehicle when it happened.
There are still a lot of unanswered questions about what led up to this shooting. Eyewitness News reporter Annabelle Munoz is in San Bernardino with the latest.
Martin says he was working with his father-in-law and 18-year-old son-in-law this morning when their vehicle was suddenly surrounded by unmarked cars and masked men.
They hopped out with their pistols already drawn. Then they proceeded to ask us to lower the window and open the doors.
Martin stresses they asked, but masked agents did not identify themselves. They stay in the locked car as agents insist they come out. Moments later, they shatter 2 windows.
Hey, you can't do that! Once the glasses were shattered, my father-in-law feared for his life from his perspective. And so he I guess the car was already in drive, so he drove the vehicle away from where those agents were at.
3 gunshots can be heard.
Thank God the bullets didn't go through the truck. They just got stuck into the door. But they were aimed at my brother-in-law, who was in the passenger front.
So, in other words, people would have fucking died if that car door wasn't as strong as it was. That's insane, bro. In no way, shape, or form could you argue, oh, we feared for our lives, so we had to open fire. No, you didn't. You started the problem. You caused all the problems. You broke the fucking windshield. You scared the shit out of these innocent people. They went to go drive away, and then you opened fire on people who were fucking...
Okay, I think he's gonna go back to it. Then they drove off. The DOJ or whoever, I think it's the ICE or the DOJ, responded and said that allegedly he hit 2 ICE officers when he drove away. They were asking them, who are you looking for? See, they are racially profiling anybody, and they are bashing in windows as if they have a warrant for these people. But it has been proven that they don't need a warrant for these people. This is why you should be afraid of when all of these people are gone. What these people who have this large budget are going to be doing to the next people on the list. And do you think that you're not the next people on the list? They are talking about building 1,000 more detainment centers in the United States. If they are shipping all of these people out, why do you think that they need 1,000 new detainment facilities? Okay, now I'm gonna skip forward. I'm gonna show you the ICE agent holding up the Proud Boy symbol. The 3 fingers that are up in the air. That's not Proud Boy. White power symbol. When they hold the circle is for the P. The 3 fingers that are up in the air, that is the W. White power. So let's get to that. If you are not familiar with the white power symbol, here we go.
Basically create their own rules.
Annabelle Munoz, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
So this is Stephen Miller's Nazi thugs. That's what we're witnessing here. These are Stephen Miller's Nazi thugs. Stephen Miller berated and dressed down ICE agents and said, "What are you doing trying to go after gang members and cartel people?" you should be going after. You should go to the 7-Eleven. You should go to the Home Depot. You should go to the hair salon. You need to. We're talking numbers here, guys. I care about quantity, not quality. In fact, remember
3,000 a day. He said he wanted 3,000 people a day.
how they disband the group, the agency that was specifically supposed to go after human trafficking? They disbanded them and said, hey, you guys actually go after the Home Depots like everybody else. And so here we are, covering their faces, no warrant whatsoever, illegal.
We're gonna get rid of the waste of the waste, the waste of the waste.
Raids, going after innocent families, opening fire on random people. And by the way, why is a lot of this happening? Remember, they're expanding ICE massively, massively. And a lot of these people that they're hiring are flat out white supremacists. Here's one example. Van Nuys, Home Depot, Balboa, and Roscoe, CBP and HSI, potential attempted kidnappings and racially profiling community members. So here's this guy throwing up the a hand sign, which was eventually picked up by white nationalists. Remember this? The OK symbol, where at first, obviously the OK symbol originally was just meant okay, but then they sort of like took it over and started using it for white nationalist purposes. And in fact, we have a video here. Watch this.
How does it feel being a Nazi? How does it feel being a Nazi? We don't want you.
See? How does it feel being a Nazi? And then he throws up that sign. So it was literally in the context of a conversation about this person being a Nazi. And he throws up the Nazi sign, what came to be known as a white nationalist sign.
How does it feel being a Nazi? How does it feel being a Nazi? We don't want you here. Get the.
Okay, let's go back real quick on what sign he
Literally in the context of a conversation about this person being a Nazi. And he throws up the Nazi sign, what came to be known as a white nationalist sign.
How does it feel being a Nazi? How does it feel being a Nazi? We don't want.
Okay, if you notice, that is a offshoot of the OK sign. What that is that's the three fingers up in the air. That's for white. The two fingers making the circle. That is the power with the extension of your wrist. That is the P. That's white power. That is the white power sign. For those of you who don't see it, the three fingers is a W. The rounded fingers and the wrist represent the P, white power. So let me see if I have a better picture of this attack. And now the police officers, they were in, I believe it's in Connecticut, and they decided to go park in the police department parking lot, and they got thrown out because they said we do not. What is this one? Oh yes, we do not assist ICE in any captures, and you are not allowed to park in our police, not just the police parking lot for visitors. They actually parked where the police cars parked, and they got thrown out and they got pissed, and then they went and attacked two brothers. They actually rammed the car, rammed the truck, and just start taking them out. They wouldn't say if they had a warrant, wouldn't say who they were looking for. They were just looking for anybody. Now this is a black activist who was slammed on the ground also in California. She just goes around and films these raids, and look what happened to her.
At the same time, a tow truck driver,
they're just one of many.
Towed while need a lot of people to go to fucking prison. If we're ever going to get back to some semblance of normalcy and sanity, we need a lot of fucking people to end up in prison, bro. Let me tell you. All right, I got one more for you. We'll end on a slightly less depressing note. So ICE gets their car towed while brutally grabbing Tatiana Martinez, a TikTok influencer in Los Angeles. So as they're going after her, she ended up going to the hospital after they dragged her to the ground and knelt on her head. But as they were going after her, at the same time, a tow truck driver was taking their car because it was parked illegally. Watch this. Oh my God, that poor girl.
So do you see him take her phone and put it in her pocket because they don't want to be filmed?
Fuck you! Hey! Fuck you!
It's time to speak up, y'all. It's time to act out. It's time to say hell no.
So, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this stuff going on. Now, let's go to this story in Connecticut. I think it's Connecticut. I think it's Connecticut. He's going to tell you where it is. ICE taser a peaceful man after agents are denied a parking spot. All of the action, here we go.
In Norwalk, Connecticut, that was a...
Okay, so they're hiring people who are Connecticut. Yes, it was. They're hiring people who are not even fit for the job. If you notice, he tasered that man, and he kept tasering him, and then he did a contact body tasering that man because that man was 3 or 4 paces in front of him, and he's so fucking out of shape. These are people who they are hiring in law enforcement who can't chase after somebody, so they taser them in the back. And they have no warrant for these people because they are pissed off that somebody told them they can't do whatever the fuck they want to do. Let's replay this. He was in the red pickup truck, the passenger in the red pickup truck. He's running. Fell face first, head first. Was never an ambulance was never called to see he was okay. Business as usual. Just put him in the car, put him in cuffs, and put him in the back of the car. These are the people who they are putting on the streets. Understand, these this part of the policing the American public is going to be turned upon the American people as well. If you just think, oh well, of course they shouldn't be here. I have no qualms about them deporting people who are not supposed to be here. But the problem is, do you think that it is okay to brutalize people? Do you think that it is okay to sit up here? That they are saying that alligator Alcatraz, there are so many diseases that are cropping up, and it is not safe for the people there, nor the people who work there. They're talking about the numbers of ambulances that show up there, and once they get to the gate, they're forced to turn their sirens off. They get a call. The call is, it has a code. That means that you either have on your lights and sirens, or you don't have on any. The people who work at Alligator Alcatraz demands that they not show what code they are showing up for. They said they're having ambulances come in and out. They are not giving any information about this mysterious illness that has broken out there. Do you think that a race of people who used to bring a veterinarian in to tend to their slaves are going to treat you any different when these illegals, these undocumented people are over and done with in this country? Let's continue.
In Norwalk, Connecticut, that was a taser. The victim ran when the masked men refused to identify themselves.
This is Norwalk, Connecticut.
In the white shirt, Ricardo Chavez is now bleeding from his head. He and his brother were driving their red pickup truck when ICE agents blocked their way, refused to show a warrant, and then smashed one of their truck windows.
You guys better call an ambulance. He hit his head really hard.
There will be no ambulance. Despite the injuries, the men are not getting any medical attention. Instead, they're going to be hauled off into an unmarked vehicle.
Shit, yo.
I want to see the warrant! I want to see the warrant! That is Ricardo's brother, known as Chavez.
Oh my God! I want to see the warrant! Come on! ¿Cómo se llama, hermano? ¿Cómo se llama?
The bystander filming asked for his name.
Chavez! Leonel Chavez? Yeah. Ricardo Chavez! I don't know what you're looking for. I want to see the... Oh my God, this guy's crazy! You better take him to a right now. He damaged my truck too. He damaged my truck. You better take the other guy to a doctor right now. He hit his head on the ground.
Stay back. Stay back. Stay back. Stay back. Why is coming? Both of the Chavez brothers have paperwork in their homes proving they are legally entitled to be in the United States. They say family members are en route with their documents, but the ICE agents refuse to stop.
Take your mask off, man. Take your mask off. Bro, this is... Llévalo a un doctor. Hispano también. Ricardo Chávez. Ricardo y Leonel Chávez, yeah.
Publicly humiliated by locals with Democrats. Strong local economy, it has often been ranked as one of the top 100 places in America. Here, Norwalk, Connecticut is an upper middle class community along the north shore of Long Island Sound. With good schools, low crime, and a strong local economy, it has often been ranked as one of the top 100 places in America to live. And is also a city that votes with Democrats, which may explain the Trump administration targeting. And in this case, just before assaulting the Chavez brothers, ICE agents had been publicly humiliated by local police. ICE tried to park in the Norwalk Police Department parking lot, and they were kicked out. Soon after that snub, the ICE agents attacked the Chavez brothers on Main Street, just across from the police headquarters. Hours later, the mayor, who was the city's former police chief, held a news conference.
Immigration Customs Enforcement were not invited to Norwalk. They were not invited to use any facility in the city of Norwalk, including the police department parking lot, which we found rather inappropriate.
The mayor said it was also inappropriate for ICE to operate without communicating with local police or sharing who the agents were looking for. It's not clear if ICE even knew who they were looking for, since the Chavez brothers are documented, and the attack, according to eyewitnesses, seemed totally random. Indeed, this appears to be another case where ICE agents arrested somebody for driving while Latino.
Wait, my wife's coming for... Oh my God! I want to see the warrant! Come on!
That is racial profiling, and in Connecticut and every U.S. state, it is illegal. But court rulings and basic constitutional rights seem to be of no concern to the Trump administration. And it's not just cities like Norwalk, Connecticut that are paying the price. Recently, in Portland, Oregon. That was a peaceful protester. ICE agents said they knocked him over because they insisted he was in their way. The victim.
And please note that this is a Afghanian war. And he's a soldier who fought in Afghanistan. Let's replay that. They did not say a word to him. They just did a running charge and knocked him over. And then you see the officers who were walking up this cross street with no clear destination, just hover around him as if he had done something other than got pushed down. You really have to see this again. These people are walking with no destination. He's way away from them, filming them, and he gets knocked down from behind. And then these people right here in this alley, they swarm all over him as if he had done something.
In Portland, Oregon. That was a peaceful protester. ICE agents said they knocked him over.
Do you see them come running towards him? This is who they have in the street. Okay.
Over because they insisted he was in their way. The victim is a U.S. military veteran who served in Afghanistan.
Bullshit! He does not need to be tackled like that. He is a veteran of this country. What the
In Washington, D.C. over the weekend, ICE agents took down an Uber Eats delivery driver.
You all right, dude?
During the arrest, one of the ICE agents bumped his own head.
And then that fat fucker, he hurt himself. And then because he hurt himself, instead of coming up to the people and arresting them, they have to attack people. Understand that they are out here attacking people. Attack first, ask no questions at all. Just attacking, physically attacking people. And then the fat fucker who is in no shape to be on any fucking police force cracked his fucking head open. And then what happens because this fat fucker cracked his head open, they're beating the person who they just attacked mercilessly.
Washington, D.C. over the weekend, ICE agents took down an Uber Eats delivery driver.
You all right, dude?
During the arrest, one of the ICE agents bumped his own head while another agent beat the driver.
Stop! Get out of our city. Choke yourself out.
The Trump administration later claimed the moped driver was an undocumented Venezuelan who already had a deportation order.
Turn him.
So, that makes this okay. That makes this okay. We can just say anything. We can say this about every person that you see being brutalized. We can say it, but have they proven it? Are we just to take their word for it? Yeah, isn't there an excuse for everything? When the people in San Bernardino got home, they called the police, and who showed up? And the police had to ward off for over an hour. The same people who shot at their car. The same ICE agents showed up at their home after they shot in their car, and then they said that the officers did not shoot in their car when you can see clearly the 3 bullet holes. Then they said, well, they had to defend themselves because the guy hit 2 of the officers and they were in fear of their life. Okay.
What agency are you guys with?
Who are you guys? Oh, are you guys cops? Shut the f*** up. Are you? Who are you? Who are you? Take your mask off.
What agency are you guys with?
It's so easy to be behind a mask. Did you guys tell us who you are? Who are you? Well, you guys are ruining this country. You know that, right? Liberals already ruined it.
Oh, there we go.
He said the liberals already ruined it. So this is a sycophant, a MAGA sycophant, who said the liberals already ruined it. When the man said you are ruining this country, it's the liberals' fault.
Okay. Can we see some badge work, guys?
His property.
Hey guys, already ruined it. No number, no ID, no name.
It's not just peaceful migrants and observers who are getting knocked over and snatched. Staying in Washington, D.C., that sign translates to Border Patrol. Even though such an opinion is protected by the Constitution, the ICE agents took the sign down.
Mine. We're taking America back, baby. Esto es para América. Los Estados Unidos es número uno.
The United States is number one, he
Now, does that sound like a white person to you? That sounds like a Mexican or a Hispanic person. But let's continue.
said. As for the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, the one that guarantees free speech, well, that no longer applies. By all accounts, through video and Trump administration press releases, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency is becoming more aggressive. ICE is adding more agents by the day. Standards have been waived, and Trump administration officials are even defending the removal of public protest signs, claiming they are graffiti. Clearly, no place in America is safe from the Trump authoritarianism and tyranny. ICE has literally gone rogue, bypassing state and local police departments and throwing out constitutional rights and disregarding basic humanity. If you don't look like one of the founding fathers, in other words, your skin is not white, watch out. ICE doesn't care if you are in the United States legally or if you have proper documentation. The ICE strategy seems to be to grab whoever the agents want, lock them up, and let the lawyers sort it out.
Or if you're standing out of their way and you are a military veteran of this country, they don't care either. Okay, so I didn't know if you guys were up on that, but I just wanted to show you a little bit of that. Let me go back in. Do you feel safe now? Where are we? Do you feel safe now? Here we go. Let me share this with you. Let's see. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Nothing. You guys are talking about nothing. Oh, now. Leonard talked about the one who got ran over and died. Liz, you may be familiar with this area. They went to the Home Depot in Monrovia, and you know that's right next to the 210 freeway. And a guy ran on the freeway and got killed. It got run over by a car and killed running from ICE. Yes, that happened as well. Thank you for reminding me about that, Leonard. Hey, Linda G. Yes, that was at the Home Depot in Monrovia. Nevada wants to copy Alligator Alcatraz and make some shit called the Coyote Compound. Yes, I heard about that. The Coyote Compound. Then why you run? I don't know why he ran, but they said that they both had documentation. They are anti-black. And they were warned. They're anti-black, and they were warned, and most voted for him. So there's nothing to be done about it. Exactly. Hey, Miss Queenie, it's good to see you. Okay. Child, the self-hate. Oh, we can talk about it. Yeah, let's talk about it. That did not sound like a white man. That's what we've been saying. They're getting ratted on by their own cutthroat people. Let's talk about it. We have sellouts. That is right. Black people, keep your behinds home as much as possible. It's an issue in my household. Trust. Except Black MAGA. They can stay out as long as they want. I concur. Yes, I know the area. Okay. Yeah, yeah, this happened maybe 2 days ago. Uh, that the guy got killed on the 210 freeway. That is a good idea, Queenie. Now, I want to share with you something from one of my favorite. She's talking about 4547's approval ratings. Rachel Maddow. So if they are tanking in every area, and this is another reason why he knows he's going to have to win Republican seats or keep and hold Republican seats in this midterm election. He's going to have to cheat, and so now, and we all with all of this deflection of the talks in about the war with Ukraine and all of this, don't forget that we're going to have to talk about the fact that the House subpoenaed the Epstein files and they were due by today. Let's not forget that while we're going on to hearing him talk about how mail-in voting is rigged because of Vladimir Putin, who allows mail-in voting in Russia, who don't like a election that isn't rigged, said that mail-in voting is the thing that rigs, and you have your commander-in-chief echoing the lies of Vladimir Putin and actually saying that he's going to put these lies into action before the 2026 campaign. So let's see who and why he's saying this. Let's see the why of why he's saying this. We know the who. Let's hear the why.
For him botching the situation with Ukraine and Russia, the people protesting against Trump for him botching the situation with Ukraine and Russia, those people outside the White House today are in crowded company. If you look at the latest approval ratings, the latest polling, national polling on this issue, the latest Pew poll that's just out asked this question, for example, quote, how confident are you that Donald Trump can handle the war between Ukraine and Russia? Americans say they are not confident in Trump's ability to handle the Ukraine-Russia war. Americans are not confident in Trump's ability to handle that matter by an 18-point margin. He is 18 points underwater on his handling of Russia and Ukraine. That said, the whole Pew poll on what Americans think right now about President Donald Trump is just one thing after another that's that bad or worse. Are you confident in Trump's ability to handle things with Iran? Not confident by a 12-point margin. Are you confident in Trump's ability to make wise decisions when it comes to global energy issues? Not confident by an 18-point margin. Are you confident in Trump's ability to work effectively with our allies? Not confident by an 11-point margin. Are you confident in Trump's ability to manage our policy toward China, our relationship with Canada, our relationship with Israel? No, no, and no. Not confident in any of those things. Do you approve or disapprove of Trump's tariff policies? Oh, Americans disapprove of Trump's tariff policies by a 23-point margin. How confident are you in Donald Trump's ability to make good decisions about foreign policy? Not confident by a 14-point margin. How confident are you in Donald Trump's ability to manage the executive branch effectively? Not confident by a 15-point margin. All in all, what effect is Donald Trump having on the way the federal government works in Washington? Americans say, he is making things worse. By a 26-point margin, Americans say he is making everything in Washington worse, not better. Would you use the word honest to describe Donald Trump? No, by a 26-point margin. Would you say Trump is a good role model? Americans say no, by a 41-point margin. This is a nice one. Do you approve or disapprove of the way the Trump administration is handling information related to the government's investigation of Jeffrey Epstein? 70% disapproval on that one. 70% disapproval. Tonight, Fox News is reporting that the deputy director of the FBI, a former podcast host named Dan Bongino, is effectively out of his job. He is the FBI deputy director. They are adding another person with that same job title to the FBI to be co-FBI deputy director with Dan Bongino. So you tell me what that means about whether or not Dan Bongino is out of a job. Bongino, of course, has reportedly objected to the Trump administration's efforts to block the release of records related to Jeffrey Epstein, both before and after it was reported that FBI agents were assigned to redact Trump's name from the files related to Epstein's case. Bongino, a reported critic of the administration's decision on this matter, somebody who has confronted, reportedly, Attorney General Pam Bondi on this issue, among other things. MSNBC has not confirmed this reporting tonight from Fox News, but again, the Fox reporting tonight is that Dan Bongino is effectively out. He has had somebody else given his same job title after he reportedly clashed with the White House and Attorney General Pam Bondi over the administration's efforts to suppress the material about Epstein that it holds in its own files. Tomorrow is the deadline by which Pam Bondi's Justice Department is supposed to hand over Epstein-related materials to House Republicans on the Oversight Committee. The Republican chair of that committee says the DOJ will not meet that deadline tomorrow, but they will start handing some stuff over later, soon. Okay, we'll see.
So Comer, today is the tomorrow that Rachel was talking about. So Comer already says that they will not have the Epstein. Well, I thought, what? Hold on. Oh, so are we going to forget that they had 1,000 FBI agents going through the Epstein files to redact names from the files, and now that was before they admitted that 47's name was in the Epstein files. Are we going to forget that this had already supposed to have happened? But let's not forget that there was another indictment that was never brought forward because Epstein was found dead in his prison cell. So do you think that they are I gave you the information on that one either Friday or Monday, the indictment that had not been unsealed. So that is with the Department of Justice as well. So are now that it has been put out that there is a second indictment against Epstein, now is that the one that they are whitewashing? But remember, they can't use the FBI to whitewash it because they got the FBI out on the streets of D.C. Doing policing, pretending to do policing. What I want to know is when is the FBI doing the real FBI work? They ain't got shit else to do. Crime must really be down. They said that violent crimes are down. When there's I think the FBI need to be sent to Texas to check on that that congresswoman who is being held up in the State Department. I think they FBI is notorious for being put on kidnapping crimes. How come the FBI isn't there? So let's be clear. You still have not heard this administration admit that the Department of Justice. Do you think that they have not gone over all of these files by the? They're going to be late. And this isn't a willing give to the Congress. This is a subpoena. This is a subpoena from the Congress that they are ignoring. they're ignoring it. Do you think that they're going to give everything they have? But you know who knows everything that they have, thank God? They're supposed to be giving, they said they're going to start giving out this information on Friday. On Friday. It was due today. Are you allowed to do that when you are subpoenaed? Are you, the American public, allowed to do anything like that when you're subpoenaed? So I'll start giving you what you're asking me for Friday. I'll give you the cover sheet on Friday. So, but you know who knows everything that is in these files that the United States government has? James Comey's daughter. Why? Because she was over the trial. She was not the person who knew everything about the files, so they sent her to the prison to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. No, Trump's former attorney was the one who they sent there, who is the assistant DOJ. He went there, and then the next day she got sent to a cushy prison. So the cover up is still going on. So let's continue this.
But you know, with 70% of the country disapproving of Trump's handling of the Epstein matter, perhaps it is mathematically inevitable that the overall popularity of this president continues to plummet. His support with the American people just continues to drop to, I think, levels that we could not have foreseen at the start of this second presidential term. Trump's overall approval rating right now is underwater by a 22-point margin. By 22 points, Americans disapprove of the job Trump is doing as president. And this is something we're seeing more and more of. If you look inside those numbers, the country, it turns out, is not just turning against Trump, it's hardening in its turn against him. And what I mean by that is, if you look at just the minority of Americans who say they do approve of Trump, the proportion of Americans who say they strongly approve of Trump is 27%, whereas the proportion of Americans who say they strongly disapprove of him is 47%. I mean, we haven't seen numbers that low for Trump's approval overall. We haven't seen numbers that low for people who strongly approve of Trump since right after January 6th. I mean, nearly half the country now describes themselves as strongly disapproving of Trump as president. The number of people strongly disapproving of him is 20 points higher than the number of people who say they strongly approve. The country is really against this president by large and increasing numbers, with increasingly strong feelings against him. And I think the average authoritarian doesn't much like the idea of elections in general, but I think an authoritarian-minded leader with public approval numbers that disastrous, heading south that fast, might particularly dislike the idea of elections right now, like right now in America this year.
Okay, so let me share another link with you. Hold on, let me get out of this, and we'll get a lawyer to explain, and we're going to who we are not hearing from. We are hearing about redactions and all of this stuff, but not at one juncture in any of this have the victims been brought up. So let's hear from the victim's lawyer who said, let's get on with this already. Here we go. DOJ violates subpoena. Here we go. Let me share this with you. The Midas Touch Network.
Issued by the House Oversight Committee called for the Epstein files to be delivered by the Trump DOJ to the House Oversight Committee today. This was the deadline, August 19th. And then yesterday, the head of the Oversight Committee, who's part of the cover-up with Donald Trump, a guy by the name of James Comer, of course, MAGA Republican, as crooked as you get, James Comer, he said, look, I'm speaking with the Department of Justice. They said, we'll start to get some of the files on Friday. Just give us a few days, and then they're going to roll out files on a going forward basis. We've heard this before. This is all part of their
Let's not forget that Mike Johnson from Louisiana, who is the Speaker of the House, adjourned Congress early, so they would not have to vote on this. But now, when is the time is due for this to come forward, because they voted on it in a special, not a special sex, what do you call it? They voted on this not in the whole Congress. They voted on this in a committee of Congress. The due date was still today, so they tried to get out of this entirely by going on vacation. But they forgot that they still have these committees open, and that's where this was voted on. Remember, the guy tried to, she put it on the floor, and as soon as she got finished talking, putting it on the floor, he tried to adjourn the whole meeting, and as if she had not said anything, as if nothing was on the floor, and they got up and walked out, only to have to come back because they were out of order, and they had to vote on what she had put on the floor, and she had Republicans support that made the vote pass. Okay, so let's hear from the attorneys for these people. These
tactics at the same time yesterday for reasons that are entirely unclear in terms of actually getting to the substance of the Epstein files, but are very clear in terms of the cover-up in favor of Donald Trump. The House Oversight Committee took a deposition of former Attorney General Bill Barr, and Bill Barr said, as far as I know, Donald Trump had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. We never saw his name in the Epstein files. We never saw it there at all. Hey, Bill Barr, first of all, you've covered up for Donald Trump before. You've covered up his crimes before. Also, your dad, Bill Barr, his name was Donald Barr, who was the headmaster at the Dalton School. Oh, that just so happens to be the school where, after Jeffrey Epstein dropped out of college, he got a job as a teacher and made a lot of money there. So Jeffrey Epstein worked for your father. So that's not too
Okay, so if you are unaware, Bill Barr has also been subpoenaed. The Republicans put a bunch of other people on there, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, all of this to muddy the fact of what we are doing here. Okay, so Bill Barr comes out and says, as far as I know, there's nothing. Now, I did not know that Jeffrey Epstein, I did know that he was a college professor, even though he had not finished college. I did know that. I did know that that was kind of strange, but I did not know that the person who hired him was Bill Barr's father. Let's continue. One day you're my high school math teacher. The next, you own a private island that the world leaders visit for no particular reason. It all seems connected, doesn't it?
too suspicious now, is it? Also, why is Bill Barr getting deposed? So Jeffrey Epstein worked for your father, so that's not too suspicious now, is it? Also, why is Bill Barr getting deposed? You know who should be deposed? The victims. Because if the victims were deposed, they would tell you, for example, how Virginia Giuffre was, to use the words of Donald Trump, stolen from Mar-a-Lago when she was an underage girl and then sex trafficked.
You know who I hope they depose? I hope they depose the person who successfully prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell. I think her name is Maureen Comey, Jim Comey's daughter. I hope they depose her. I hope they subpoena her because she knows the fucking case. And all of the stuff that they're not telling you about this case, she will be able to tell you about this case. Period.
By Jeffrey Epstein. You would find stories by people like Annie Farmer and her sister Marie Farmer, where they talked about going into Epstein's office building. Donald Trump walked in, looked at him up and down, said and then Epstein was like, "Oh, that one's not for you. Go in the other room." Or you can speak to Jane Doe from Ghislaine Maxwell's criminal trial, who was 14 years old at the time, 14-year-old, of course, underage girl who Epstein brought to Mar-a-Lago, pointed to her while Donald Trump was there. "You like this little girl? You like this one?" And of course, Donald Trump's name is all over Epstein's call logs, all over Epstein's flight logs. Donald Trump said Epstein's a great guy who likes women on the younger side. Donald Trump sent Epstein a signed copy of his book in 1997, says, "You're the greatest ever, Jeffrey. You're the greatest ever." They hung out together. They partied together. On occasions, they would do an event where it was just Donald Trump and Epstein, and they would bring in girls of indeterminate age from the beauty pageants and say that they were going to meet VIPs, but it was just Donald and Epstein. Epstein's former girlfriends talked about how Epstein would bring them to Trump and Trump would like grope them and grab them. The links here already out there are countless, so don't give me this crap of, "Oh, Bill Barr didn't know." But let's look at the subpoena. Let's look at just to be very clear, I told you they were never going to comply with the subpoena. That was obvious. The plan of having Bill Barr as part of the cover-up, a little wrinkle in the plan, but let's just call it what it is, a further cover-up of the Epstein files. Look, zoom in right here, folks. Here's the subpoena. When's the due date of production? Today, August 19th, 2025 at 12 p.m. It's signed by James Comer. It asks for all of the files relating to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it was easy for me to predict that the DOJ and James Comer and the MAGA Republicans were going to come up with a cover-up scheme. Look what happened when the House Oversight Committee, outmaneuvered by the Democrats again, issued a subpoena for Ghislaine Maxwell's deposition. Her deposition was scheduled for 7 or 8 days ago. What happened? Donald Trump sent his DOJ to go and meet with Ghislaine Maxwell in Tallahassee, Florida. They spent 10 hours with her. They gave her immunity. They shut her up. They moved her to another facility in Camp Bryan, Texas, right by Texas A&M's college campus, a minimum security facility which sex traffickers are not even allowed to be at. I mean, her sentence was 20 years. She's supposed to be serving a 20-year sentence in Tallahassee. They moved her to a minimum security facility. And then her lawyer, this guy, David Oscar Marcus, then said, "Okay, well, now I have conditions for you, House Oversight Committee. Yes, the deposition was going to be August 11th, but you moved the deposition until after the Supreme Court rules on our motion or petition for certiorari, request for a new trial, after our habeas petition is ruled on by the district court, and we want to get all of the questions in advance. Then we'll consider it maybe doing a deposition." But why would we do a deposition? She may just invoke her Fifth Amendment rights. Then James Comer agreed to indefinitely postpone the deposition of Ghislaine Maxwell. It's one cover-up after another. So again, here's the subpoena sent to the DOJ. Documents are supposed to be produced today. It was violated. Here's what James Comer said. He put out a statement. House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform Chairman James Comer issued the following statement. After the U.S. Department of Justice informed the committee it will begin providing Epstein-related records this week. This is Comer's statement. Officials with the Department of Justice have informed us that the department will begin to provide Epstein-related records to the Oversight Committee this week on Friday. There are many records in DOJ's custody, and it will take the department time to produce all the records and ensure the identification of victims and any child sexual abuse material are redacted. I appreciate the Trump administration.
Why does that have to be redacted? These records are not up. Let me make sure my mic is on. Why do these records have to be redacted? These records are not being disseminated to the public. This is the Congress. Oh, so why all the redactions about anything? About the witnesses' names or anything? So they're not trustworthy. That's what they're telling you, that they are definitely not trustworthy. Now, I also want to oh, I had a brain fart. Let's continue a little further, because this is all bullshit.
administration's commitment to transparency and efforts to provide the American people with information about this matter. Folks, the files were already completely ready. If you believe Pam Bondi.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Well, why don't we, they're gonna start on Friday. Well, why, if shit, today's Tuesday. Pam Bondi, said, numerous times, how, many files that she had on her desk. You mean to tell me they are not even going to, just give them today, the binders of stuff that they gave to influencers, that was supposed to, have all the Epstein information, but it was, information from 2 years ago. They're not going to even give them, these binders, that everybody was making a big huff about, as if all of the information about Epstein had been released. Give us the shit that you have sitting on your desk, with all of these names and times and stuff. But and then you turned around and said there's nothing else to see. We are not releasing anything else.
Bondi, the Attorney General, in February. Also, by all accounts, and this is undisputed, the Donald Trump DOJ put 1,000 DOJ lawyers and FBI agents to comb through to make redactions, not of victims, but to make redactions and remove Donald Trump's name from the file. When Donald Trump was then notified in May that his name is all over the remaining Epstein files. About 10% of the Epstein files are out there already from civil cases and other things. Trump's name's all over that. So from the remaining corpus of files, it makes sense that Donald Trump's name, Donald Trump was like best friends with Epstein and Ghislaine, like best besties. You couldn't get closer than the way Trump was to like Epstein and Ghislaine for a period of time. So his name was all over it. They redact it. And now they're saying, oh, they can't turn it over on Friday because, again, they invoke the names of the victims. Let me be very clear. The victims' lawyers have spoken. I'll play them in just a moment. And the victims' lawyers are saying, what the hell? Release it. Stop using the name of the victims here, okay, in order for your cover-up. Let me just show you this. This is James Comer. Goes, I think we'll receive these Epstein documents very soon. And you know what they're doing. This is all part of the cover-up. This is all part of deep sixing the files. They're going to dribble it out, not give anything with Trump's name on it. And they're going to bring out witnesses like Bill Barr, who are already known to cover up Trump's crimes in the past. But here's what James Comer says. Let's play it.
We're having really good conversations. You have to understand you can imagine how many documents there are. I think that
I don't give a fuck about a conversation. I don't give a fuck about how many documents there are. These documents are front and center, and it does. I'm sure most of the documents are on some type of electronic file. So fuck you and the bullshit you're talking.
we're going to have I think we'll receive the documents very soon. They're compiling everything together. I think we're working together.
But shouldn't they have been doing that when they got the subpoena in the first place? Now, the morning of the day before the subpoenas are due, you think that they are compiling it? That's why they were giving until the 19th at 12 p.m. To have the documents to you, not to start compiling the documents and a whole lot of threadbare excuses about why they are not. Why are they not addressing this, following the orders of this subpoena? These are your Republicans. These are your Republicans who don't want to admit that a lot of their own people will not vote them back in office. And I hope. He's from Kentucky, so I don't know. It runs deep in Kentucky, but I hope that these people are helping themselves to be unemployed by the Congress and the Senate in the next election.
Together in a good faith effort, and everything's coming along. I expect to receive the documents very, very soon.
Hey, everybody. Ben Meiselas here from the Mighty.
Now, that is a man who should not be over absolutely anything. Anything. Even his household budget.
idiot influencers. And Charlie Kirk goes, former Attorney General Bill Barr told the House investigators that he never saw anything that could tie President Trump to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. According to Oversight Chair James Comer, he said that he had never seen anything that would implicate Trump. Okay, well, can we just be very clear already? I've laid out at the beginning of this video.
Can we be very clear this morning that Charlie Kirk is a Russian propagandist who was getting paid to spout Russian talking points? Can we be clear that Charlie Kirk is the same person who said that DC should be bulldozed down in certain areas, i.e. the black areas? I took that to mean. Let's continue. Okay, let me see. Where are the attorneys? Okay, I do want to show Jasmine Crockett's comment.
My buddy Mehdi Hassan says, you mean the Bill Barr whose dad Donald was the headmaster of the elite New York City school that hired college dropout Jeffrey Epstein to teach math and physics? That Bill Barr is the one saying that there's nothing to see here. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett writes, Bill Barr, the AG when Epstein died, was in the hot seat today. But let me remind you, DOJ owes us the Epstein files beginning tomorrow, today. All of them, client list included. No delays, no redactions, no excuses. Anything less is a cover-up. The American people deserve the truth. The victims deserve better. You now know what the cover-up is, though. I just explained it to you. Bill Barr has a history of lying for Trump. Here's an example. Let's play the video.
A second federal judge has just ruled that Bill Barr and the Trump-era Justice Department were also disingenuous with the court. They, in effect, lied to the court when they told her and they told the public a made-up story, a lie, about why former President Donald Trump was not put on trial, was not charged with obstruction of justice on the basis of the evidence that was collected against President Trump in Mueller's investigation. You might remember Mueller's report started with volume 1, that was about what Russia did to interfere in the election. And then volume 2, you probably remember, it laid out more than 10 instances in great detail of potentially criminal obstruction of justice committed by then President Trump.
And let me show you this. One of the other pivots, part of the cover-up is now they're saying, well, Bill Clinton's the prime suspect. We're going after Bill Clinton must be on the island. Here, play this clip.
I just want to ask you one question, Mr. Chairman. The American people want to know what happened on Epstein Island. I'm not going to drop this topic. You've subpoenaed Bill Clinton. He's going to fight you tooth and nail. With the best lawyers in the country in some cases. Do you think Bill Clinton ever actually testifies? I think his date is what, October 12th?
Yes. I think we have a very good chance at this. I've never lost a subpoena battle. I've been chairman of that committee for a year and a half. This is the most challenging subpoena I've ever issued.
You're losing a subpoena. You're losing a subpoena battle right now with your own Republican Attorney General. You're losing the battle right now. All of these people on these pictured here, Merrick Garland, James Comey daughter. Why is James Comey on there and not his daughter, who actually prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell? We know that Ghislaine Maxwell is in there. Loretta Lynch, Robert Mueller, Alberto Gonzalez, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton. If Bill Clinton was on the island, he gets what his hand calls for. Jeff Sessions. Why are all of these people even on here? It's not about them. It is about who is in these files. Are any of these people in these files? No. Are any of these people expected, other than Bill Clinton, expected to be in these files? Eric Holder is not in these files. So this is the fluff that the Republicans want to look at, and they want to know if you think that Bill Clinton will honor the subpoena. Well, why should he honor it? The whole fucking Department of Justice ain't honoring it either. So where's the give? All of the people who are involved in this Epstein shit should honor the subpoena, especially the Department of Justice and especially any names that appear in this. Why? Okay, fuck this shit. Okay, let's hear from the attorney.
But what makes this subpoena different is that the Democrats voted with Republicans. This is a bipartisan, congressionally approved subpoena. And I think that will hold a lot of weight in court. And you're absolutely right. He's going to have the best.
Well, this bipartisan voted on subpoena don't hold no weight with the Department of Justice. Oh, because they, I understand. But it should hold more weight with everybody except for Pam Bondi. Okay, so I'm just letting you see the bullshit. Let's hear from the attorneys now. What the attorneys have to say. The attorneys for the actual witness, women.
What are you hearing from the victims that you represent in terms of what they would like to see happen now specifically?
I think from their perspective, there are still a lot of very unanswered questions. In fact, they haven't answered any questions to date. Most of the information that we've seen throughout this whole month is recycled information. It goes all the way back to the binders. All that stuff is public. My client, Maria Farmer, her file is 90% redacted. We've asked the FBI for that. We've submitted a FOIA. We've requested it for many, many years and come up short. So there's a little bit that we do know, but there's an awful lot that we don't know. And the victims are really looking forward to some accountability and transparency and a full accounting of how did Jeffrey Epstein get so wealthy? How did he gain so much influence? What happened in the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, 30 years that this individual was able to, conduct these activities, traffic in victims all across the world, and yet nothing new in the files? That's really hard for them to believe and a great disappointment.
Just to be clear, here's Trump calling the Epstein scandal bullshit. So CNN put together this montage. Let's play this clip.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would. I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list. Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released by my office. It's sitting on my desk right now to review. A truckload of evidence arrived. It's now in the possession of the FBI. It's a new day. It's a new administration, and everything's going to come out to the public.
Here's Jeffrey Epstein invoking his Fifth Amendment rights when asked about being with Donald Trump and underage girls. Play this clip.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Another Epstein victim attorney right here. Here's what he's got to say.
There's a 53-page indictment that was drafted by the federal government detailing Epstein's crimes, describing the conspiracy and conspirators who were involved in those crimes, that has never been released, that could be released tomorrow if the...
That has never been released. Now, that is on CNN on Jake Trapper. That's where I played this for you either last week or on Monday. No, I didn't play it on Monday because I wasn't live Monday. I played this for you last week, I believe on Friday. So if you didn't know, other than the cases that they are talking about, that Jeffrey Epstein died in the middle of, there is another case that has not even been unsealed yet, that they could unseal and give, but they're not doing that. They're not even mentioning that. Why? I don't know. Yeah, I do know.
Department of Justice were really interested in transparency. There are transcripts, presumably, of the interviews that were conducted with Ghislaine Maxwell that could be released tomorrow if the Justice Department were truly interested in transparency.
Remember, they were mulling over after the assistant attorney general went to her jail, and then she wound up with that cushy new jail she's in. They said that they were thinking about him doing a major interview or releasing the transcripts, but now all of a sudden they have to get all of this stuff ready. This happened a couple of weeks ago. That should be on the go. Since you guys were talking about doing a major interview, I assume that you mean 60 minutes now. Now that the owners of 60 Minutes have told 60 Minutes that they must get any stories about 45, 47 pre-approved. A producer of the long-standing producer of 60 Minute left the show because they felt that they could not independently produce and cover the news. I think that's one of these big interviews that you now wanted to sit down with. Now that you know 60 Minutes has been compromised. I know, anyway, let's continue.
And if there were really an investigation that were directed at determining what this cover-up is all about, why it began, Alex Acosta would be at the very top of the list of individuals to be interviewed because it is well documented in Acosta's own words that he actively participated in concealing the circumstances of the sweetheart deal that Jeffrey Epstein received back in 2007. And he was the individual who signed off on an absolutely unprecedented non-prosecution agreement that granted immunity not only to Jeffrey Epstein, but to specifically named conspirators that worked along with him to abuse hundreds of children.
And remember what Virginia Giuffre had to say before she died by suicide.
And then what happened? With Acosta? He miraculously was giving the Labor Department a position in 45, 47's first administration. But then the Epstein stuff bubbled up, and we found out that he had given Epstein that sweetheart deal where he only got he was able to plead down nothing about the plea to prostitution or something, and nothing about having intercourse with underage girls, and he was the one who brokered that sweetheart deal that Epstein would have to be quote unquote confined to jail, but only during his sleeping hours. He was allowed to be free all day, every day, on work release programs, and there are also accusations that he would fly away to different places while he was on this work release. It is alleged that one of the places that he flew away to was where? Moscow. It is alleged that Jeffrey Epstein may be the link that has 45, 47 under the thumb. Now, they also say that Epstein was a Israeli agent, and see on all of these little jaunts and stuff that he could be free while being a pedophile who got a sweetheart deal, and then the guy who gave him the sweetheart deal was the labor secretary under 45, 47. Do you not see the filth in all of this? Let's continue. I'm done. the link is in my description box. That's you did hear now, Dan Bongino, he may be out of the White House. You heard Rachel Maddow report on Dan Bongino, the podcaster who was given the job as the deputy director of the FBI with absolutely no training for this job, much like the director of the FBI, Kash Patel. Now, Bongino and Pam Bondi allegedly had a blow up fight argument about the release of the Epstein files, and her coming out and saying that there was nothing else to see there. And Bongino, he was so mad that he acted like a little bitch and didn't even show up to work the next day. They didn't know if he was gonna quit. You know, damn Bongino. Now they have a deputy director, a second deputy director of the FBI. So they have let's see how long Dan Bond is going to be in his position with the FBI. Let me share this with you. He is going to be sharing his position. Now, we have an FBI director, we have a deputy FBI director, and now we have two deputy FBI directors. Two people in the same spot from the administration that said that they were going to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. Are they being paid the same amount of money? We paying two people for one job? Waste, fraud, and abuse. And let's get to know the new deputy director. You're not going to get to know him here because I think this is a I think this is Fox News. They're not going to tell you. I'm going to tell you about him.
Learning new information about a new co-deputy director of the FBI. This a post on social media from Brooke Zingman, Fox News' own, saying the Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey has been tapped as the co-deputy director of the FBI by AG Pam Bondi. FBI Director Kash Patel will work alongside Dan Bongino there inside of that organization, as he'll serve as the co-deputy director. Bondi telling Fox News Digital that, quote, "I am thrilled to welcome Andrew Bailey as co-deputy director of the FBI. He served as a distinguished state attorney general and is a decorated war veteran, bringing expertise and dedication to service. His leadership and commitment to country will be a tremendous asset as we work together to advance President Trump's mission." He's saying, Kash Patel telling Fox News Digital that Bailey will be an integral part of this important mission, and he looks forward to, quote, "the continued fight to save America together." Bailey, as Missouri's Attorney General, launched an anti-human trafficking task force and addressed more than 1,100 reported incidents in Missouri. Also cleared a backlog of sexual assault forensic evidence to improve prosecution in those cases. Bailey has held public office accountable, and during his time as Attorney General, demanded the resignation of a sheriff for financial mismanagement and misconduct, and separately announced a grand jury indictment against a St. Louis County executive for stealing an election law violations. Bailey telling Fox News Digital that, quote, "I am eternally grateful for the opportunity to serve as the co-deputy director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I extend my deepest gratitude to President Trump, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Director Patel for their privilege to join in their stated mission to make America safe again."
Okay. Bye. Okay, so let's figure out who he is. You do remember me covering him if you pay attention. You do remember me covering him long before I was covering anything about this election. He was the AG of Missouri. Oh, let me take you back. Let's go back a little while. Do you remember the story of the black girl who was arrested, and they wanted to charge her as an adult for having a fight with a white peer. The black girl was an honor student. Spoke several different languages. Played I was in the band, was an honor student and all of that. And the little white girl, she was a fuck up, to put it plain and simple. She was a fuck up. And why was she at the school fighting with the black girl? I don't know why she was at the school, because she had been suspended from school the previous day for what? For fighting a different girl. So this Missouri AG thought the best thing to happen in this case was to act as if DEI was the problem. Andrew Bailey this is him being appointed the AG. Now let's see what he thought about this fight story. After video of a black female student assaulting a white female student after school and off property and off school property went viral. Republican Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey blamed the school's district's race-based policies for the event. Now, do you know why he was chosen as a co-FBI director, a co-FBI deputy director? Now do you know why? Let's figure out some more reason why. Several media outlets reported that Kaylee Gaines, 16, suffered a skull fracture, brain bleeding, and other injuries. Well, she wouldn't have suffered that if she'd have kept her ass at home. She wouldn't have suffered that if she hadn't been in a fight with another girl and got suspended and still brought her ass up to school to fight again. See, but that none of that was placed into any conceptualizing what happened in this instance. You have to fully understand the story. Okay. The video showed the black female beating Gaines' head into the concrete. So the black female, so we see Haley Gaines names, Kaylee Gaines' name. Who is this black female? Who is this black female? She doesn't need to be identified by name, because it doesn't matter. We understand that Kaylee Gaines is the white female that they talked about in the first sentence. So we don't need to name the black person. It's a black person. You need that's all you need to know. You don't need to know that Kaylee Gaines was the motherfucking hoodlum in this story. No, you don't need to understand that the black girl was the honorable student, the student that was active in her community and in her learning and in languages and in the arts. You don't need to know any of this about the black girl, because it would mess this story up to say what this new attorney general had to say about this black student who beat some ass of a bitch who came up who obviously wanted her ass beat. Don't start none, won't be none means something. Okay, anyway. Okay. Several media outlets reported Kaylee Gaines, 16, suffered a skull fracture, brain bleeding, and other injuries on March 8th. The video showed the black female beating Gaines. Gaines has a name. The black female beating Gaines' head into concrete in a unincorporated area of St. Louis near Hazelwood East High School. Government leaders and others are demanding the girl be charged as an adult. This is sickening and so difficult to watch. St. Louis County prosecuting attorney Wesley Bell, a Democratic candidate for the 1st District Congressional District, posting on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, while reposting the video from the account of Libs of TikTok. If it is so if it is so difficult to watch, why are you reposting something that is so difficult to watch? Couldn't you express your feeling about what happened in your I don't know if he won the race in your city, in your district. Couldn't you just verbally, without sharing it, and since it was so difficult to watch, why would you share something that is so difficult to watch unless you wanted people to see it? That's why I post shit, because I want people to see it. Okay. While reposting the video from the account Libs of TikTok's Bell post was later deleted. So it was difficult to watch. You posted it and then you took it back. Okay, I didn't even know he had deleted it. In Missouri, by law, our office has no jurisdiction. This is a juvenile court matter unless it is certified by law. Certification is not our decision either. We pray the victim makes a full recovery. This is just heartbreaking. Okay. In a letter to the school districts, Bailey, who is running for his party nomination for Attorney General, and yes, he got the job as Attorney General. Okay, wait a minute. Bailey, who is running for his party's nomination for Attorney General, said the absence of law enforcement student resource officers on the scene of the assault is directly attributable to Hazelwood's insistence on prioritizing race-based policies over basic student safety. So are we clear that this article said that this took place off the school's grounds? Are we clear? But it's the fault of the school's race-based policies and not having a resource officer there. Okay, so we're clear that he is full of shit. Student resource officers on the scene of the assault directly attributed not having the absence of law enforcement student resource officers on the scenes of the assault is directly attributable to Hazelwood's insistence on prioritizing race-based policies over basic student safety. Well, I think all the students would have been safe if Haley Gaines hadn't came up to the school after being suspended for fighting another student. I think that was the danger in this whole situation that is being missed. Bailey's letter had the incorrect date and time of the assault, so he didn't even know the date and the time of the assault, but he talking about the DEI is the problem. Media reports stated that the school district and police didn't confirm the race of the students, nor whether race was a motivating factor, but he did, and now he is the a co-deputy director of the FBI for the United States of America. See, because these are the only things that matter to him. And what way does that mattering to him affect black people? Let's find out. There are no written requirements for our school resource officers after school and off school property. Tracy Payne is a public information officer for St. Louis County Police Department, wrote in an email to the Center Square. School resource officers and officers that patrol the school areas provide additional patrol during dismissal and arrival time for as many schools as possible. Bailey said that the school district ignored Missouri law by adopting a statement of solidarity, which states it will speak firmly against any racism, discrimination, and senseless violence against people regardless of race, ethnicity, nationality, immigration status, religion, sexual orientation, or gender identity or ability. Okay. So he had a problem with the school adapting a solidarity that it will speak firmly against any racism, discrimination. He had a problem with that. Okay. So he think that that is wrong. He think that there should be obviously you should not speak firmly against racism and discrimination and senseless violence against people, regardless of their race, ethnicity. He think that you should do that. So if he had a problem with that, obviously he think that you should discriminate. Bailey's letter said that the district policies categorize and treated students differently based upon race. The Missouri Human Rights Act agrees every Missouri resident the right to be free from discrimination and the right to full enjoyment of places and public accommodation. Bailey's letter stated the act also vests Missouri's Attorney General office with the enforcement authority where here the Attorney General has reasonable cause to believe a violation of the act has occurred, implicating a matter of public importance. Last month, Bailey sent letters to 4 school districts in the St. Louis area, accusing them of discrimination. Bailey's office was suing the Wentzville School District for alleged violations of the state's Sunshine Law. While serving as Missouri's Attorney General and running for the U.S. Senate, Republican Eric Schmidt filed multiple law school suits against school districts regarding wearing masks and other medical precaution during the pandemic. Hazelwood's system of solidarity mentions the murder of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Rashid Brooks, and states that lethal attacks against African Americans are unacceptable. This is an American issue, not a black issue, Hazelwood police states. As such, we all have a collective responsibility to fight against the ills of racism. Now, I want you to understand that he has a problem with this. He also filed an investigation into 4 high schools, and all of the 4 high schools that he filed an investigation into were black high school. He also wanted this 15-year-old girl who was defending herself on the way from school that she hadn't got suspended from. He wanted her to be tried as an adult. She spent 3 months in a juvenile detention center, and then she pled guilty to lesser charges, and he said, well, she pled guilty to the things that she did. So, but no, she didn't plead guilty to what you wanted her to be tried for, an adult ass. So this is the person. He also blamed DEI as the ills of all of this stuff that had gone on, and I think that it was a lack of DEI that actually played a part in it. So what else? Do Jesus? Why? I have another report about. What's going on with these Republicans. Let me find it. Here it is, right here. Here it is. Why is there a common thread among the Republicans? If you haven't seen it, I want you to see that DEI is not acceptable, but they stay mum and try to cover up this phenomenon.
So a few months back, we covered this story here. This article was in The Guardian. Former Trump spiritual advisor faces charges of lewd acts with a child. Texas.
I also covered that story here. Let's continue.
Megachurch founder Robert Morris indicted in Oklahoma on 5 counts over alleged misconduct in 1982. So they go on to explain.
And you need to understand that that is that was up until that time a 45, 47 spiritual advisor. You need to understand, up until the time that he was facing these charges, was charged with this, he was the spiritual advisor of 45, 47.
That at the time he was 21 years old, and he diddled a 12-year-old. 12. Trump, spiritual advisor. Okay. Guys, this is only one of countless stories with the same goddamn theme. And the theme I'm talking about is hardcore MAGA ends up being a child sex pest, hardcore MAGA. Or conservative Christian, like super religious, evangelical, and they get caught in the same predicament, right? It happens time and time again. So now, this was one we did a few months back. We just got this one the other day. South Carolina Representative R.J. May has been charged with distributing sexual abuse material involving children. He allegedly used the screen name Joe Biden with a bunch of N's, 69, to exchange 220 different files of toddlers and young children involved in sex acts. What the fuck? What the fuck? Let me tell you something, y'all. You don't have to dig deep to start seeing the laundry list of these types of people being caught red-handed. In fact, here's one for you. This is what you're seeing here is just a bunch of different headlines over time that talk about, okay, one says, QAnon follower and former MAGA congressional candidate Ben Gibson arrested for possession of child sex abuse material. That's just one headline. If we zoom in a little bit here, Oklahoma College Republicans chairman charged with sex crimes against minor. Right? We don't need to read all these, but you guys get the gist of it. These are all examples of hardcore MAGA types or conservative Christians who also, I repeat myself, they're also MAGA types. And they always get caught like this. Why does this keep happening? Originally when I first heard of pedocon theory, I thought it was liberals and leftists joking around, having a good time, poking fun at the right, being like, sort of tongue-in-cheek, like, yeah, look at this. This is a thing. But shit, I'll be damned. This is a fucking thing. This is a thing. How many examples do we need before, people wake up to the fact that something's fucking off here, bro? Something is absolutely positively off here. Dennis Hastert was Speaker of the House, ended up being a pedophile, Republican pedophile caught. Mark Foley, Roy Moore, Matt Gaetz was alleged, Rick Rober, Mike Hintz, Stephen White, Beverly Russell. These are all Republican politicians caught red fucking handed. So, of course, I got to bring this up. This is the old school pedocon theory video. I don't know how many of you have seen it. I don't know how many of you haven't seen it. We played it a couple times on this show. But tell me that this shit is not as convincing can be. It keeps fucking happening. And all you got to do is sit down and start counting them up. Start reading the details of each one. And you go, holy shit, is it a self-report? For somebody to be hardcore MAGA or hardcore evangelical, is that a self-report? Are they self-reporting like, hey, dog, I'm fucked up. I'm into things that nobody should be into. Here we go. Watch.
The stunning political scandal that is rocking Capitol Hill. Republican Congressman Mark Foley abruptly resigned Friday after questionable emails he sent to a teenage boy.
Dennis Hastert convicted of a financial crime, part of a scheme to mask something more egregious, his molestation of children.
Hush money used to pay a man who says Hastert sexually abused him when he was 14 years old.
There are now 5 former Ohio State wrestlers accusing Republican Congressman Jim Jordan of knowing about a team doctor's alleged sexual misconduct.
43 men who say they were sexually assaulted, abused, molested, or harassed by Dr. Richard Strauss.
George Nader. His criminal history included multiple convictions.
Let's not forget, Jim Jordan has totally ignored the subpoena in the last administration to come and be questioned before Congress, and actually had the audacity to talk shit about Hunter Biden and some subpoena to Hunter Biden. But he has not addressed, not showing. I think that he should have been expelled from the Senate for not showing up for the subpoena. But that's just me. But let's continue.
for child pornography and child molestation.
This morning, a judge sentenced Ralph Shorty to 15 years in prison. Police caught Shorty in a hotel room with a then 17-year-old boy.
Roy more defiant as more accusers step forward, alleging sexual misconduct.
This is the shopping mall where some say it was common knowledge and not a big secret that Roy Moore would flirt with teenage girls when he was in his 30s.
One accuser says that Moore initiated a sexual encounter back in 1979 when she was just 14 years old.
The new charges against Joel Greenberg.
Sex trafficking of a minor and stalking a political opponent.
Florida Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz allegedly having a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl.
Investigators examining whether he, quote, violated federal sex trafficking laws.
Ghislaine Maxwell is accused of helping Epstein sexually abuse underage girls.
I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well.
Yeah, well, as people have pointed out, PedoCon is a
Okay, this link is in my description box. You wouldn't trust them with your kid, so why trust them with your country? Let me share. I have one more thing I want to share with you guys. I do believe it's just one more thing. That's Michael Wolff. This is the guy who interviewed Epstein. He has something to say. Trump, let me see. Trump's inner circle drops F-bomb post Putin Alaska meeting. Michael Wolff is on the Daily Beast podcast. There's a little preview of what he has to say, and then he's going to get into it. Let me see.
What does Vladimir Putin have on Donald Trump? During the first administration, Epstein told me that he had gone on a secret trip to Moscow to meet Putin. So here is the question. What did Jeffrey Epstein tell Vladimir Putin about Donald Trump?
Okay, let me see if I hope they have this. Let me, this may start here. Why he failed at the ceasefire with Putin. Let's see if.
So he brought in. So this came about, and then there was a frantic effort. Zelensky has gotten pretty good at this, pretty good at managing Trump, and he got all of his allies, our allies, the European allies, to get on the phone with Trump and say, we need a ceasefire. It has to be a ceasefire. Before we do anything here, a ceasefire. So Trump says, okay, ceasefire, I can get a ceasefire. Who doesn't want a ceasefire? But also, he realized that this is going to be, quite a bit of negotiating here, a bit of detail work, which he doesn't like. So he brought in Rubio and Witkoff to this meeting, where originally he wanted just him and Putin. There is this idea still in Trump's mind that he is the best negotiator who has ever walked the earth.
The art of the deal.
When in reality, he is probably the worst. But it's the worst because he doesn't prepare. He doesn't, negotiation is all details, and he doesn't do details. At any rate, he goes into this, and they go into this meeting, and they say, Vladimir, can we get a ceasefire here? What will it take? And Vladimir says no.
The other person on top of Zelensky who's become good at managing Trump is, of course, Vladimir Putin.
Very much. And he said, it then became, it has been clear. This should not come as a shock. And which we can get into some other time. Action on Putin's part, and Putin looked. I hesitate to say the guy looks good because he looks like an agent of death.
He's got no color. He's got a completely gray face.
But he looked like he was certainly in command and right where he wanted to be, and all going his way.
Well, which reminds me of you quoting Steve Bannon, A, on this podcast, but B, in one of your books, maybe The Siege, about the Helsinki conference, where...
Yeah, I was trying to catch a little bit of that Cankles. You guys, or this link is in my description box.
On to speculate about all of the things that Putin might have on Trump, which is still, behind all of this, on to speculate about all of Putin were alone together, and then they came out, and Bannon is watching this, and he says, "Oh my God, Trump looks like a beaten dog," and then went on to speculate about all of the things that Putin might have on Trump, which is still, behind all of this, there is the Trump-Russia-Trump-Putin mystery. What is this about? Why would Trump always be so eager to ingratiate himself with death?
If you're Donald Trump, let us for a moment borrow from our other podcast and go deep inside his head. What is he, do you think, thinking as he's sitting down opposite Vladimir Putin at the beginning of the actual sort of discussion?
We don't really know this. We know that he is drawn, unlike virtually everyone else in the free world, as we used to call it, to Vladimir Putin. Why? Bannon would speculate that that Putin has something on him, Bannon at one point, sort of enumerated all of the things that Putin might have on him, but then went on to talk about Putin's enormous, not only Putin's personal enormous wealth, but the enormous wealth of so many others that he controlled. Therefore, you could not be, as Bannon described Trump, a money grubber on international levels without crossing paths with Putin or Putin's money or Putin's capital at so many various points. So, I think that there is.
That's not my kid yelling in the background. That's either his or her kid. I hear the kid yelling in the background now.
That feeling is always with Trump, that he is somehow connected to Putin in a way that, to say the least, is not transparent.
And is there any role here for Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio? Were they in the room with him? I know initially it was going to be the two of them just together with the translator.
Well, I think it's an interesting point. Neither of these guys has an expertise in this. Neither of these guys have been, spent their careers traipsing the world, trying to make accommodate and understand and.
They're both New York scammers, Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump. And Marco Rubio is a marshmallow who is doing anything to gain status to run for president. Where is the... Let me see. Where is the... Ghislaine Maxwell is radioactive. Epstein, a secret meeting with Vladimir. Why is Ghislaine Maxwell
and
radioactive in jail? Trump skipping question reveals his failure. We saw that he failed. He skipped questions and dinner and the whole agenda. He went stopping back, trying to figure out how he was going to get the gullible, ignorant people who vote for him to believe what he says. He don't even try to make the lies believable at this point.
Personal lawyer, number 2 in the Justice Department, went down and spent 10 hours with her, and then she got promptly moved to a much nicer prison where she has a relative in Texas. She has the sister there. There was a report that fellow prisoners are keeping their distance. They don't want to get involved with her. In fact, they're terrified of her, and she has...
Oh, I forgot. I'm glad she brought this up. One prisoner said something. She understand these. This is a little posh prison that they're in. She went out somewhere and she said something to the effect that she don't like being in a prison with a child abuser in that in any stretch of the imagination that Ghislaine Maxwell has been put in jail for. And you know what happened to that woman who spoke out against Ghislaine Maxwell being there? She got shipped out to a rougher prison herself. That's why Ghislaine Maxwell is radioactive in prison.
Become radioactive in Bryan prison. Any thoughts on that?
I think she's probably a happier prisoner. She's you know, she's very charming. She'll win them over.
I think I might have mentioned this to you before. I've met her only once, and she was wearing a wig. And what she does with the wig, and apparently this is a thing she used to do, is she moves the wig around a little when she's talking to you, which is oddly disconcerting if you're the person talking to her.
I imagine it would be, yes.
Yeah, don't ever try that on our podcast, Michael. All right, so bad week for the world, bad week for Ukraine, good week for Trump, and good week for Putin. Epstein is off the front pages, but please promise me that we will not give up on the Epstein connection with Donald Trump.
No, and actually, I'll give you and this occurred to me as I was thinking about this today, going back to what does Vladimir Putin have on Donald Trump? And during the first administration, at some point, Epstein told me that he had gone on a secret trip to Moscow to meet Putin. So here is the question. What did Jeffrey Epstein tell Vladimir Putin about Donald Trump?
Okay, we are definitely getting into speculating on that in our next episode of Inside Trump's Head on Tuesday. Michael, does MAGA now let the Jeffrey Epstein issue go?
Yeah, I'm probably not the person to ask, and Joe Rogan is probably the person to ask. And one of the interesting things this week has been to see Rogan just pursue this in a really uncompromising and uncomprehending manner. You know, why is he not releasing it? Well, I mean, essentially, that's the question that Rogan keeps stating, and it's the question without an answer. So I don't think so. I think that this
I'm not taking Joe Rogan seriously. I thought that he was going to give some details, but they're going to go into the details next Tuesday. So I'm going to have to keep a watch on this and see what if there's any more that he has to share. Now, he snuck to Moscow. Why and how did he sneak to Moscow? Because he has a private jet, and because he was out on a special, he served a special prison term where he could be gone up to 12 hours a day, and he only had to report back to sleep there. There have also been allegations that he did more. He There were also allegations that he stayed longer than his. He would stay out overnight, is what I'm saying. That he would not show up back up at prison at all. Hey, Nappy Child, I missed you. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Kimberly, I just finished watching the documentary on her last night, Prime. And her father. She's a piece of work. Yes, she is. I didn't even know that they had a documentary out on her. I'm gonna have to check that out. I am really gonna have to check that out because I read about her and I didn't know her father was a a press magnate like he was, and I also didn't know that he had stolen money from the people, their retirement funds from them. Now, let me see. There is the Epstein files are still a thing. We do know that. Let's see what Keith Edwards. I have grown to love Keith Edwards. If you haven't noticed, I really like. He comes up with some things that I have not heard on a lot of the podcasters that I really like.
In big trouble because it just came out that the Epstein files are going to be released. People are going to see them. And on top of that, we all know that this is the one issue that he just can't get away from. He can't get away from it. And Republicans are demanding this. So that's why it's become politically toxic for him. And he thought doing this cute little recess early was going to make it go away, but it's not. And Donald Trump has now had to deal with the fact that Republicans in town halls all across the country are being asked about it. And that's why they're being released. And some Republicans aren't even having in-person town halls because they know it's so bad. This guy didn't have an in-person town hall. He had a tele-town hall because when you got an in-person town hall, then that's when folks get stuff like this.
Okay, next question. Why are you covering up the Epstein files?
That applause is so funny.
Let's be very clear. At the next pro forma session of the Congress, you'll find my name as a sponsor on a resolution from the House Rules Committee to release the Epstein files to protect the victims and not re-victimize them again. I support Jamie Comer, who is the House's Oversight Committee Chairman, subpoenaing Ms. Maxwell.
So he respect Jamie Comer. If we're following Jamie Comer, we know that Jamie Comer has already dropped the ball, fumbled the ball, and allowing the Department of Justice to not live up to their subpoena. Yes, it was interviews with people who had direct engagement with that narcissist. I'm gonna have to check that out. It's on Prime. So Kimberly Black is saying that there is a Ghislaine Maxwell documentary on Amazon Prime. Okay, so let's get back to these idiots getting booed by their constituents. But he's supporting James. When you get back, you're gonna have a what if James Comer has already called voted on subpoenas to get the records in What good is it him coming, Johnny come lately with a memorandum to get the, what did he say he was going to come with a memorandum to get the files when James Comer already has subpoenaed the files? So you see what this is? A bait and switch. Why are you protecting the Epstein's files? This don't make no sense.
Very clear. At the next pro forma session of the Congress, you'll find my name as a sponsor on a resolution from the House Rules Committee to release the Epstein files to
a resolution to release the Epstein files. You find his name as a sponsor. I'm putting my name on the top of the paper. I want to know. I am going to sponsor this. And then he turns around and to release the Epstein files. And then he turns around and tell you that he supports Comer, who has already subpoenaed the Epstein file. See, this is bullshit. These are politicians playing political games with you.
Protect the victims and not re-victimize them again. I support Jamie Comer, who is the House's Oversight Committee Chairman, subpoenaing Ms. Maxwell later this month to come testify in Washington. I am for the release of those records.
See that? That man is like, he's got to listen to either one of two people. Donald Trump, who does not want these released, or his voters who are literally booing at him, saying, if you don't do this, we're going to take away your job. And look who he's listening to. The voters. This is one of the...
He ain't listening to these goddamn voters. He's in front of the voters. What is he going to say when he's in front of Congress?
A few times where it seems like Republicans actually listen to their constituents.
I disagree.
And as I said, this
he never does.
Fool right here had a teletown hall about this and couldn't take the heat in person, so had to do it by phone. And here is his answer about Epstein.
My other question is about the Epstein files, about why Republicans are trying to block them from being released, and what are they so scared about, and why does the current president keep deflecting?
Okay, so grand jury investigation that are, what's the right word, that are first, as I told you, we just voted to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell. I have requested the files. I have requested that the DOJ, and you can see the letter publicly, that the DOJ release the files. Not only that, that they also provide a special prosecutor for the Epstein circumstance, as well as other things of abuses of government where information is being hidden from the American people, as well as releasing the files that are, what's the right word, that are restricted from the grand jury investigation.
All right, so he was also saying he wants to release the files. That's something he wants to do. Now, DeSantis was also yelled at about this.
Hey, what's up? Hey, stop. Get out of here. 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 Get out of here.
Yeah, the Epstein stuff's not going away. And now we're learning that Republicans have failed to move past it. And these files are going to get released. Here is some of the story. As I showed you in Republican districts, lawmakers have continued to face questions about Epstein. The Justice Department, which ignored a Friday deadline from Senate Democrats and is set to miss another on Tuesday, which is tomorrow, to comply with a bipartisan subpoena to provide the materials for Congress, has yet to release anything. But that's about to change because Representative James Comer, the Republican chairman of the House Oversight Committee, said that the Justice Department would begin sharing its Epstein records with his panel this Friday. He also suggested that the release of the documents would take some time, all but ensuring that questions about the Epstein affair will drag on for weeks. Oh my God. Quote from Ruben Gallego, "We're going to keep the pressure up 100%. He goes on to say, as often as we can until we know exactly what happened and why it happened. Lawmakers of both parties concede that the Trump administration could quiet the furor over the Epstein files in Capitol Hill and nationwide by simply releasing them to the public. Yeah, you think? Representative Tom Massey, this is amazing. And I've actually been told that there's a press conference happening around this, and I'm debating whether or not to go.
Go.
You let me know if I should go. I feel like I
Go.
could just cover it in my studio, but if you think I should go, maybe I'll go. So
Go.
let me know in the comments.
I'm commenting.
But
Go.
they are having a press conference. Republican and Democrat are both holding it. A Kentucky Republican who is a frequent Trump critic to try to force, and Thomas Massey, by the way, not like a moderate Republican. He's not a New York Republican. Okay, this is a Kentucky. This guy is more conservative than I don't even know. He's a very conservative person. Okay, he is very conservative, and he's going for this. And it says here they're going to try to force a floor vote on the release of the files. Such a vote would thrust Republicans into a politically thorny position between Mr. Trump and constituents who are unhappy with the administration's handling of the case. And before leaving Washington, Massey and Representative Ro Khanna, who have been on the show, filed what is known as a discharge position, which allows any member of the House to force legislation to the floor if a majority of members 218 sign on. And it goes on to say that so far, 43 other lawmakers, 11 of them Republicans, 11 have signed on to Mr. Massey and Mr. Khanna's initiative. But let me just remind you that there's a reason why Epstein didn't want to answer this.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes.
Okay, we saw that earlier today. I never forget that he refused to say if he socialized with underage girls and 45, 47. Do not ever forget that. And now I want to remind you why I am here today. The elections may be in jeopardy. We all know that 45, 47 is going to try to find a way to run for a third time. And let's understand how this election is in jeopardy. I already showed you the congresswoman who they have locked in the state house in Auburn. Is it not Auburn? What is it? Texas. What is it? Austin, Texas. Because she would not sign a agreement that police officers could follow her home to make sure she's back at the state house on Wednesday to have a quorum so they can gerrymander the already gerrymandered district in Texas that is before a court right now. Before the court even made a ruling, they have gerrymandered the gerrymandered seats again. So our by hook or by crook, by kidnapping a elective leader, so she can not stop them from having a quorum. This is what is going on. So be aware that they plan to steal this election. This is the Texas Democrats turning to the state floor in Austin, Texas.
People showed up in big numbers in Austin, Texas today, cheering Texas Democrats as they return to the state amid a huge Texas fight that has huge national implications. Texas has been at the center of this extraordinary demand by President Trump that Republican-controlled states like Texas should draw new congressional districts in an effort to effectively guarantee Republican control of Congress for years to come. And it really is not just Texas. Vice President J.D. Vance flew to Indiana last week to put pressure on the Republican governor there to also rig the Indiana maps for the Republicans. Politico reports that the White House has been talking with Republicans in Missouri and New Hampshire and South Carolina and Florida to try to get those states to all rig their congressional maps as well. So that's one thing he's trying.
Okay, but yet they're telling you that what Gavin Newsom is doing is so bad. But they're not reporting that they personally asked Texas to do this same thing. They're not telling you that J.D. Vance has gone to Indiana, Missouri, what is it? New Hampshire and South Carolina and Florida. Florida has already said that they will be doing it. So while they're talking about California and what California is asking of its voter on an actual ballot to do, these people are doing it at the behest of 45, 47 and Peter Thiel's tool.
Demanding changes to congressional district maps to essentially make it structurally impossible for Democrats to control Congress again, using Republican-controlled states to do it. That's one thing he's trying. Here's a second thing he's trying. Trump also appears to be trying to sort of establish a pretext for nullifying or delaying or not paying attention to the results of the midterm elections everywhere next year. He's doing this by demanding a new census, saying the old census shouldn't count. Now, the census and elections might sound like different things, but the census is how we get congressional districts. And if Trump can effectively nullify the existing census by blaming the counting of immigrants or something, by doing so, he will lay the ground for claiming that all the existing congressional districts in this country, which all only exist because of that census, he's laying the groundwork for claiming that those congressional districts are all somehow bad and they can't be used, and therefore we can't have congressional elections using the congressional districts that we thought we have. So that's two. It's another thing that he's trying. Well, now there's a third. Trump has a new idea for bollocksing up and it's an idea that he says he got from his best friend, the guy he once said he wanted to be his best friend. On Friday, President Trump held a summit in Alaska with Vladimir Putin. Immediately after that summit, Trump said Putin gave him some advice on how to conduct elections here in our country. Trump said Putin says that people shouldn't be allowed to vote by mail. He says he got that idea from Putin. And so today, Trump says that he will sign an executive order barring Americans nationwide from voting by mail and potentially banning voting machines as well. Now, I would caution you, again, as always, to watch what he actually does here and not just what he says he is going to do. But if Trump is essentially taking tactical advice from the Russian dictator, Vladimir Putin, about how to hold something that looks like an election but isn't actually an election, as an answer to the existential question for American democracy, this is a little bit on the nose, right? Here's how historian and journalist Garrett Graff summed up what's at stake. He wrote today, quote, "This is step one on how we lose free and fair elections. It's not that Trump will cancel the midterms. It's just that everyone has to vote in person, and urban downtowns will be filled with ICE checkpoints and intimidating National Guard troops to, quote, double check that only citizens vote." Will we retain the right to replace our leaders by election? Joining us now is Garrett Graff, journalist, historian, and author of the brand new book, The Devil Reached Toward the Sky, an oral history of the making and unleashing of the atomic bomb. Mr. Graff, thank you so much for being with us tonight. It's a real pleasure to have you here.
Thanks so much for having me.
Let me ask, first of all, about the sort of premise that I just laid out there in my introduction. I feel like I'm seeing three different lanes, three different tactics by which Trump is trying to call into question the normalcy and to sort of change expectations around the 2026 midterms. Do you think that's fair? Do you disagree?
I absolutely agree. And I think that what you're doing is key to understanding this, which is I think too often we think of sort of Donald Trump being crazy over here, being crazy over here, and being crazy over here, and that they're not related to some sort of larger plan or effort. Whereas I think what we are seeing is this roadmap for how our country loses free and fair elections, which is I have never been one to believe that, you know, Donald Trump's going to cancel the midterms or cancel the 2028 presidential race. Russia, as we know, has elections. Saddam Hussein was elected head of Iraq when he was dictator there. Instead, what I think we are watching is subtle and not so subtle efforts by Republicans across the country, including in the White House, to change who gets to vote, how they vote, and subtly shape the electorate for 2026 and 2028 such that Republicans can lock in an illegitimate minority rule.
That, of course, proceeds in parallel with Trump's years-long effort to try to normalize the questioning of otherwise normal election results. So if you are narrowing, as you say, the number of people who can vote and the means by which people can vote, and you have normalized this idea that election results are inherently suspect and shouldn't be trusted if they don't favor Trump and his causes, that stew gets pretty toxic pretty quickly, whether or not elections are canceled. I mean, you get I guess the question is where you see the line being drawn as to whether or not elections still count as free and fair once you're playing in these sorts of categories.
Absolutely. And I think you also need to fast forward through some of the developments that we're seeing this year. The hiring of 10,000 new ICE officers represents a sort of super empowered professional thuggery in cities across the country where federal law enforcement has been a light, if any, presence. We have armed National Guard troops headed from red states into blue cities right now, just as they did in Los Angeles earlier this spring. You don't need to discourage all that many people voting in all that many places across the country to radically reshape national politics.
Journalist and historian Garrett Graff, I really appreciate your thinking on issues like these and your clarity in the way you bring history to bear on this stuff. Thanks for talking with me about it tonight.
Okay, there you go. There is there is something else I would like to share with you guys as well. Oh no, I can't find it there. Okay, so let me see what you guys are saying. A damn shame. Grandstanding. Yes, a damn shame. They have that Congress woman locked up, and she cannot leave until the vote happens. I talked about that earlier. I showed her speaking about why she was locked up in Congress. There is something else that I definitely want to share with you before I leave. Let me get it. I talked about the National Guards that are coming from Ohio, West Virginia, and South Carolina will be having guns. I showed you the ICE officers who are putting up the white power sign. I talked about let me see before I go. Let me see before I go. So they talked to Colorado about redrawing their maps. Colorado also has a independent agency that draws maps for them. So they were like, no, we will not be redrawing maps in Colorado. The videos in the description box. The elections are in danger. Let me talk about the tariffs. If you didn't know how badly these tariffs are screwing up our economy, you haven't gone shopping lately. And as you continue to shop, for the remainder of the year, especially around Christmas time, you will definitely see how 47's ill-advised tariffs are going to cost you more money. Let's check this out.
Ever see a guy torch a building and blame his ex for the smoke? That's basically Donald Trump with the economy. Because even Fox News now is admitting that his tariffs are ruining the economy and ruining the auto industry. And here's a $1.1 billion bomb from GM to prove it.
General Motors shares T-boned by tariffs. The stock is diving several percentage points here, 7+% after the auto giant reported a 32% slump in quarterly profits due to a $1.1 billion hit from the tariffs, which GM says will actually worsen in the current quarter.
T-boned by tariffs, and it's gonna get worse. Yeah, didn't take a genius to realize that we are gonna have to pay for the tariffs. But Trump and his folks are still trying to gaslight us.
Caroline, the president has said foreign countries and companies will eat the cost of tariffs. In his speech on Inauguration Day, he said, quote, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. Right. So then why did he have to tell the domestic automakers not to raise prices? Well, that was a private conversation that was had. I'm not sure if that comment was made or was not made.
Oh, private conversation. Okay, so we'll never find out. We know what happened. Trump told the auto industry, don't raise prices till he passes tax break for the rich. And then he said he could sneak it up slowly. That's what he wanted to happen. But GM is telling you that they are losing a lot of money. But Donald Trump still claims that China and other people are going to pay for it.
What people don't understand is, and this is a lot, the country eats the tariff. The company eats the tariff. And it's not passed along at all.
Well, some CEOs are saying they're going to have to pass it on. So how do you deal with those CEOs?
But the company,
how do you deal with those CEOs?
China is eating the tariffs right now.
What do you say to those CEOs who are saying we might have to pass this on to the consumer?
Well, they say that because maybe it's to their advantage to say it.
Will
Maybe
you punish them?
No, because you know what? I want them to build plants in the United States. That way they don't have any tariffs.
Oh, so China's going to eat the tariffs. They'll pay for the tariffs the same way Mexico paid for the wall. Speaking of walls, Walmart is over here raising prices over 50%. So the only thing China is eating is popcorn while they watch our economy take a faceplant.
CNBC has tracked the prices of 50 products across a range of categories at Walmart and found the prices on about a dozen of these items have gone up. That includes a frying pan, which is now 51% more than it cost in May. The cost of a car seat went up 50%, while some coffee's now 17% more expensive. Many of those items are manufactured in countries that face significant tariff rates.
You know what else got hiked? GM's losses, $1.1 billion. That's not the cost of doing business. That's the cost of electing a guy whose business record includes 6 bankruptcies and a failed meat company.
You can't win your argument tonight at 4:30. I'm sorry. It's already been decided by fact.
Adam, last word.
You lost.
If tariffs worked, Trump wouldn't have to gaslight the American people about who paid the tariff in the first place, and you wouldn't have to pivot to the stock market every single time we try to bring up the on-the-ground effects, the unpredictability that tariffs create. Think about the long-term effects for my generation. Can you sit here and look me in the eye and say that tariffs are not inflationary?
Are you kidding? Right now, everything's working because the market...
Oh, bring up the market one more time. One more time. Pivot right back.
The market is the American economy.
It was a super simple question.
Which
Are
is?
tariffs inflationary or not?
Not yet. There haven't been.
I know, but are they
inflationary? 2.7%. Data from June shows that prices have gone up. There's a little bit of inflation, which informed Jerome Powell, head of the Federal...
Now, be clear that this was about 2 weeks ago, before the actual date, the August 1st date of the tariffs. This was about 2 weeks ago, and you still have this bumbling idiot pretending as if prices have not gone up for the consumer. This is a billionaire talking, and I don't understand why CNN continue. I guess it's clickbait. I guess it get views because it is just so controversy. You see Adam Mogler on there first time on CNN, who every time he would ask him that simple question, he's talking about the stock markets. No, we're talking about the prices on the shelves have gotten higher. It has nothing to do with the stock market. It has to do with the price on the shelves.
Eggs are down 33%.
Let me finish my point. It informed Jerome Powell's decision to hold off on cutting interest.
Eggs being down 33% from the time that 47 got in office means nothing, because eggs were at the highest price that they had ever been due to bird flu and a shortage of eggs due to bird flu. So that's why eggs were so high. For them to only be down 33%, they had risen far more than 33%. So what is he saying? Eggs are down 33% from the highest cost that they had ever been. And he's acting like he's really making points.
Rates. People are unable to buy homes because mortgages are far more expensive.
You guys hate numbers.
So easy to break these guys' stupid arguments. Adam Mockler telling Kevin O'Leary, if the tariffs were working, why does Trump have to keep gaslighting the American people? Because they're not working. The tariffs aren't working. We know Trump is taco. Trump always chickens out. And we know that this was a horrible idea from the start. Why did Trump want to impose tariffs? Because he kept saying it was patriotic. He was going to make other countries pay. You wouldn't have to pay. Don't worry about it. Other countries, American companies won't pay. Other countries will pay. We won't pay. Other countries will pay. And he quickly realized that that's not the case. It's just not live.
Okay, so I wanted to share that with you. Get 'em, Adam. I've been feeling it. Went to Walmart yesterday. Had to pick up some stuff for back to school. Ronnie Q, great show. I learned a lot as always. Thank you for being here, Bernice. As always, I appreciate the support that you guys give me. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. Now, let's talk about 4547 wouldn't take any questions when he met with Putin. So it was a ceasefire that he was demanding, or he wouldn't be happy, and he was going to put a double as he called them, tariffs, which I'm sure it means sanctions, because there are no tariffs on Russia because we don't trade with Russia. But he came away saying that no, he didn't want a ceasefire. Now he wants the whole thing to be over. If you cannot, Zelensky has already accepted a ceasefire agreement, but it is Putin who won't accept a ceasefire agreement. So after his failed love fest, where he, after his failed love fest of him getting on his knees for Vladimir Putin and getting absolutely nothing out of the deal, bending the knee, the art of the deal. No, there was no deal. There was just some kneeling. Even your good boyfriend, Piers Morgan, sent out this picture, and I think he didn't mean it to actually. This was before the summit. Now, I think that he thought that you were going to come out all powerful and victorious after this summit. Piers Morgan says, as president, at the real Donald Trump lands in Alaska, I wish him the very best of luck in trying to secure an end to the horrendous war in Ukraine. It's refreshing to see a U.S. president who genuinely prefers peace to war. So and then he posted this picture as if he was going in to do some hard work, but what that picture actually shows that 4547 was sucking dick on his knees, was dragged around by his knees. It does not show what you think it shows. It shows that your good buddy went in like this and came out looking like this. It shows that your good buddy had our military on their knees rolling out the red carpet for a dictator who is under indictment for war crimes. What it shows was Putin took that meeting with Trump so casual. He knew that he clowned Trump so much that he then, on the day that Trump was meeting with Zelensky, had his ever increasing, after I talked to Trump, bombing Ukraine force, flying around with Russian and American flags. This is a real Trump. This is a real moving tank that is blowing through Ukraine, shooting off more weapons than they ever had after meeting with 4547 with a United States flag held up there. Okay, so I think Piers Morgan didn't see the forest for the trees. Now, there is one more thing that I want to share with you. So Marco, they didn't take any questions. So Marco Rubio was tasked with explaining why all of a sudden, even while on the plane to this meeting with Putin. Why all of a sudden that a ceasefire it's okay if we don't get a ceasefire? No, it's okay. It's not what it's want. Even though that 4547 said that it was a line in the sand. Okay, so let's see how Marco Rubio cleared up this whole misunderstanding that we had gotten from 4547 saying that they in fact must have a ceasefire or there will be hell to pay for Russia. Okay, let's see what Marco Rubio had to say about that.
This Sunday, the Russian leader in the president's limo, where Putin could be seen. President Trump is preparing to welcome Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to the White House on Monday, after rolling out the literal red carpet for Russian President Vladimir Putin for their high-stakes summit in Alaska. Yet following a tarmac greeting, a military flyover, and a ride for the Russian leader in the president's limo, where Putin could be seen smiling, it remains unclear what, if anything, was agreed to in Mr. Trump's efforts to end Russia's war in Ukraine. The president vague in his post-meeting statement to reporters.
I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal.
Later, putting the pressure on Ukrainian President Zelensky to make a deal to end the war.
Based on today, when you talk to Vladimir Zelensky, what's your advice to...
Make a deal.
Make the deal.
Got to make a deal, yeah. Look, Russia's a very big power, and they're not.
On his long flight back to Washington, D.C. from Alaska, the president held talks with President Zelensky as well as European leaders. NBC News has learned they discussed the potential of a NATO-like security guarantee for Ukraine. For months, President Trump has threatened to impose crushing sanctions on Russia if it did not agree to a ceasefire, saying this aboard Air Force One earlier in the day on the way to Alaska.
I'd like to see a ceasefire. I wouldn't be thrilled if I didn't get it, but everyone says you're not going to get the ceasefire. It'll take place on the second meeting.
But later, reversing course, posting on his Truth Social account, it was determined by all that the best way to end the horrific war between Russia and Ukraine is to go directly to a peace agreement, which would end the war, and not a mere ceasefire agreement, which oftentimes do not hold up. With seemingly no plans to punish Putin for his refusal to end the war, Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer criticized the president, saying Trump handed Putin legitimacy, a global stage, zero accountability, and got nothing in return. Mr. Trump's comments on Friday in stark opposition to what he vowed earlier in the week.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will their consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
I don't have to say. Yeah, there will be. I don't have to say. Yeah, you do have to say. You're too afraid to say because you don't know what Vladimir has in store for you. You don't know the marching orders that Vladimir were going to do to you. So you can come out here and talk all this dumb shit and talk like you tough. You made us look like some whole pussies out here. You fucking
And joining me now is Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio. Secretary Rubio, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Now he on here looking all mad because he know he got he's about to try to figure out a way to act indignant to somebody who's asking him questions that he is questioning his own damn stupid ass self about. But let's continue.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. So heading into the meeting with President Putin on Friday, President Trump said he wanted a ceasefire agreement. Now he is saying he wants a broader peace deal. We know that Ukraine, we know that European allies want a ceasefire first. Is a ceasefire now off the table, Mr. Secretary?
No, it's not off the table. I think what the president said, in fact, you just read it on the air a few moments ago, it was agreed to by all that the best way to end this conflict is through a full peace deal. There's no doubt about it.
No, who is all? It wasn't agreed to by all because Zelensky wasn't there. Zelensky has already agreed to a peace deal. So how was it agreed to by all? Huh? Zelensky was expecting there to be a peace deal rendered in this meeting. So first lie, let's continue.
I mean, who would be against the fact if tomorrow we came to you and said we have a full peace deal?
Who would be against a ceasefire today, though? Fuck tomorrow. Who they want a whole end to the war so they can stop killing people is what they want you to believe. They want to stop the killing. They want the killing to stop. So therefore, wouldn't a ceasefire today do that? Wouldn't a ceasefire under any day would do that? Oh no, but we're gonna keep on fighting and killing. When you say that that's what you want to stop, a ceasefire stops that. You stupid motherfucker. What do you think we could, the stupid motherfuckers?
And it's done. I think that's the best way to end the war. Now, whether there needs to be a ceasefire on the way there, well, we've advocated for that. Unfortunately, the Russians, as of now, have not agreed to that. But the ideal here, what we're aiming for here is not...
So they can invade a country and you can advocate for a ceasefire, but it is up to them to, if they don't feel like it, oh, well, you know, it's their prerogative. Doom, doom, doom. They can do what they do, that they can do what they want to do. It's their prerogative to take a life, their prerogative. Okay.
a ceasefire. What we ultimately are aiming for is an end to this war.
Well, I want to drill down on that exactly and what happened, because as you just heard before the meeting with President Putin, President Trump warned there would be, quote, very severe consequences for Russia if it didn't stop the war. Here's a little bit more of what he said on the plane ride over. Take a look.
I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today.
So what exactly changed? Is it that Putin would not agree to a ceasefire?
Well, first of all, the Russians are already facing very severe consequences. There's not a single sanction that's been lifted, and not one. I mean, they're facing all the same sanctions that have been in place today. All the American support continues for Ukraine. And ultimately, look, if we're not going to be able to reach an agreement.
And ultimately, they're firing more and more weapons every time they talk to 45, 47. So what are you saying? They're already under severe sanctions. Why should we sanction them more for continuing this war and doing what they want to do? He makes zero sense.
Here at any point, then there are going to be consequences. Not only the consequences of the war continuing, but the consequences of all those sanctions continuing and potentially new sanctions on top of it as well. But what we're
that's what we're talking about. Potentially new sanctions. They're going to continue the war and have potentially new sanctions put on them. But no, they can continue to the war without any sanctions. That's what
we're trying to do right now is end the war. And in order to end a war, you've got to give every opportunity that exists. You have to be open to any opportunity that exists to bring it about. And here's the thing to remind everybody. And when the president says this is not our war, but let's be frank, this is not our war. The United States is not in a war. Ukraine is in a war, and we've been supporting Ukraine. We happen to be in the role of the only country in the world, with the only leader in the world, that can actually bring Putin to a table to even discuss these things. Now, the president has traveled, all the way to Alaska, all the way back, has dedicated months.
Correct, because he's a war criminal, and if he goes to any other G7 states, he is going to be arrested for war crimes. You are correct about that.
And months of work, our entire team on this matter, because we want to see an end to the war. But if tomorrow the war continues, life in America will not be fundamentally altered. So I think that what we have to understand is that this has been a priority for this president.
Oh, so if you don't care about all the killing, so because your life is not going to be altered. Oh, what a worldview to have as a world leader. What a fabulous worldview to have. As your allies, are they your allies? Or it doesn't matter because my life, it doesn't change if Putin continue to invade a sovereign nation? Because it doesn't change my life. Yeah, it changed.
Because he wants to promote peace. He wants to promote the end of a war. And I think we should be happy that we have a.
He said it's not going to change my life, and then turn around because he wants peace. Does he want peace, or is he indifferent to peace, much as you talking about it's not going to change your life?
President that's trying to promote peace and bring a war to an end.
Mr. Secretary, let's look at the state of the war. It's really captured in this chart. I want to put it up on the screen for our viewers. It shows that Russian attacks on Ukraine have nearly doubled since President Trump came into office. And in fact, in July, Russia launched more than 6,000 missiles and drones. That's the highest amount of attacks since the war began. What do you say to Ukrainians who worry that without a ceasefire in place, you are giving Putin more leverage at the negotiating table and a green light to drop more bombs?
Well, the problem.
Well, it's not going to change my life in America. Well, that's what he thinks. It's not going to change my life, but let's see what he says.
With that is that we've been asking for a ceasefire for a long period of time.
What?
We think usually it's very hard to negotiate when you're in the middle of hostilities. But that said.
So you've been asking for a ceasefire for a long time and you haven't gotten one. That's what you're saying. You've been asking for a long time, but you haven't demanded it and say that you were going to put some sanctions if they don't accept a ceasefire. You've been asking for a long time to no avail. That's what you've been doing. You've been wasting your time.
The only way to have a ceasefire is for both sides to agree to stop firing at one another. Beyond that, and the Russians just haven't agreed to that. Beyond that, I would say that one of the complications about ceasefires is they have to be maintained, which is very difficult. I mean.
Okay, and the Russians are the aggressor. So this is the link is in my description box. Go over there and take a gander at this bullshit. Let me see if I can hear more.
Every single day, we keep an eye on what's happening between Pakistan and India, what's happening between Cambodia and Thailand. Ceasefires can fall apart very quickly, especially after a 3.5-year war like what we're facing now. But I don't think anyone disagrees that the ideal here, what we're aiming for, is not some permanent ceasefire. What we're aiming for here is a peace deal. So there's not a war now, and there's not a war in the future.
Well, if you weren't aiming for a permanent ceasefire, why have you? We've been trying to get one. We've been asking for one for all this time. If that's not what you're aiming for, why the fuck were you asking for it? Huh? The fuck out of my face. Oh, Marco Rubio's fucking trash. Okay. Let me share this last thing. And if you didn't know, like I say, they were supposed to have a whole sit down lunch or dinner. It was, and there was none of that because though the United States thought that they were hosting Russia and Putin. No, they were not the hosts. They were the staff in this whole meetup with Putin. Nothing was about their agenda or on their agenda. The whole thing was what the orders that they got barked to them. So how do I know this? How does anyone know this? Because they were in such they were dismissed and told go shove that dinner up your ass, don't eat it and let it come out your ass. Shoved it up your ass so quickly, and they were trying to get out of Anchorage so quickly that they left. Government papers were found in an Alaskan hotel, revealed the details of 4547's summit, all the way down to the the little soiree that they were supposed to have, the whole little dinner and the menu and everything. They left it in a public printer in the hotel. And additionally, there was some classified information on this paperwork that they left in the printer that a regular common man found. Let me make sure. Yes, I am sharing this. Let's get into this. Let you know what type of doofus that we have in the administration. All of these people who are fine people who got their jobs allegedly on merit, when we know that the only thing, the only reason that we have these fools in the administration is because they are loyalists to 45, 47, and will do anything to please him, with no respect of how it is going to impact our country.
Anchorage meeting. Trump's real estate friend, termed special envoy Steve Witkoff, met with Putin yet again. For what is this, like the 5th time? After Witkoff's big happy meeting with Putin, Trump posted that it had been, quote, highly productive and great progress had been made. Trump then called Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and other European leaders with the good news out of Steve Witkoff's meeting. Apparently, Witkoff reported back that Putin was willing to withdraw his troops from some of Ukraine. Wow. Are you sure, Steve? Did you definitely get that exactly right? Did you get it in writing?
Okay, Steve Witkoff, a old real estate pal, is the go-between between Russia, the Russia ambassador to Russia, and he has been brokering all these talks, flying back and forth to Russia. He has absolutely no experience in being a diplomat whatsoever, and it has now shown. It has now shown. Now, also, I would be remiss if I did not tell you not plagiarism, the nepotism that is going on with Steve Witkoff as well, because Steve Witkoff's son is working with 45, 47's Beavis and Butthead sons, and they are making a killing on this crypto. So while they don't mind looking stupid for 45, 47, as long as it makes them richer than they have ever been before, as long as they are making money hand over fist by cheating the people who are going into this unregulated Bitcoin operation, as long as they can get all of the common people to invest their money into this before they pull out their own personal money from this and leave you high and dry, because there's no more money in it, because they are making between 75 and 85% on every dollar that you and your dumb ass put in this, and they are telling you that this is better than banking. This is better than banking. Why is it better than banking? Because they can pull their money out at any time and leave your ass high, dry, and out of your money. But I digress. Let's keep going.
Did you get it in English? According to the German tabloid Bild, Steve Witkoff, however he got that information, he got it backwards. He, quote, misinterpreted. Putin was not offering to withdraw Russia's troops from Ukraine. He was demanding that Ukraine withdraw their troops from their own country and give it to him.
So this is the mastermind that you have negotiating the terms between Ukraine and Russia. This is how fucked up he got the information. Now his seed is over this unregulated Bitcoin shit. So how fucked up do you think that's gonna be? Let's keep going.
Witkoff reversed himself in his explanation in a call with European officials the next day. He finally cleared it up, I think, on yet another call the day after that. Oops. Why does Steve Witkoff meet with Putin all the time again? What are those conversations for? The chaos continued at the Alaska summit. On Saturday, NPR reported that some random person found these documents sitting on a public printer at a hotel in Anchorage. These are apparently made by U.S.
Random person sitting at a public printer in the hotels, just some anybody, you know, kind of like how 45, 47 had taken all those confidential documents from the White House in his last term, and had them sitting in the shower on a stage behind a curtain in Mar-a-Lago, in the ballroom in Mar-a-Lago. Let's continue.
Diplomatic staff. They include the exact movements of multiple officials, including the president, non-public information, the phone numbers of government employees, lots of plans for the luncheon to be held in honor of His Excellency Vladimir Putin.
Let me see if I can see what was on the menu for that luncheon. Let me see. There's a salad, filet mignon, a halibut, and creme brulee. Okay. Those four Bitcoin suckers who paid for that access dinner to 45, 47 didn't even get this. At least they were paying millions and millions of dollars for their access, and that plate of food looked like something that you would put on a dog's plate. Not even. I mean, this is what the dictator had in store for him, and he was like, get the fuck out of my face. I'm out of this bitch.
Putin. To give you a sense of how Russia felt about how well the Alaska summit went for them, the Russian state media outlet RT released this video today, purportedly showing an armored vehicle driven by Russian troops flying two flags, one Russian, one American, as in Russia is now making war against Ukraine using the power of the United States of America. Russian state media has been gloating about the Alaska meeting ever since it was announced, particularly about Trump greeting Putin at the airport in Alaska with a literal red carpet. Today in Washington, D.C., Trump met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and a host of European leaders at the White House. And while Trump in Alaska gave Putin like weird little claps of excitement as Putin walked toward him, and he gave him a big handshake and a big personal greeting in Alaska. Today at the White House, Trump sent a White House staff member. He sent a White House protocol chief outside to greet the European leaders who traveled in support of Zelensky. Because one of them is Vladimir Putin and the other ones are supposedly our allies.
Bitch.
That's how the Trump administration has been handling this ongoing, disastrous international crisis. Tonight, Trump has obviously proclaimed this new series of White House meetings to have been a success. Given what we have seen so far, who knows what to expect over the next couple of days. Joining us now is Michael McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Mr. Ambassador, it's always great to...
Okay, so that is also in my description box, and I would be remiss if I did not show you this one last thing. Where is it? I had it up. I apologize. Let me add this thing that I also want to share with you. So much has happened. You know, there is a lot of stuff to, there is a lot of stuff to get through. I want to inform you about, just in case you missed it, because if you just watch regular media, there is a lot of stuff that you could miss. Okay, so hold on one second. I thought I had it up here all ready to go, but obviously I didn't. I apologize for that. Oh. Hold on, just okay. Let me see. I think it was the power play. I also have something in my description box. It's called the power play. There is a guy who studies body language, and he is real good. He breaks down the body language of all of the people who were at the meetings, from Putin to 45, 47 to Zelensky. And I find it really good. I don't know if you guys are interested in that. But if you are, go over there and check that out. Oh, that was the classified, the classified papers that were left in the printer. I had that as a separate thing, but I did not realize it was on the end of the Rachel Maddow's thing. So we can go forward now. Let me show you something. Let me show you what else I want to talk about. What else? I don't want to talk about that. I do. Hold on one second. You have a great day. Who is that? Liz? Miss Queenie, you have a great day as well. I do want to meet the, is it? No, it's not Meet the BS. I apologize. It is not that. Jesus. I need to start writing this down. I try to go in order of the things that I have in my description box, but then I get sidetracked a little bit sometimes. So is there anything else that you guys want to talk about? Hey Daniel Berry, it is good to see you. Is it going broke? I think it, let's see. Here we go. Let me share this with you. This is under going broke. Hex of chaos as market insiders crash out. Okay, here we go.
Trump is teaming up with Hegseth to push out as many good people as possible. Because remember, guys, everything to Donald Trump is a big TV show, and the TV show we're producing today is effectively Survivor, Military Edition, The Great Purge, right? How can we figure out how to get rid of as many people as possible? That's their plan. So who was it? Well, it was General David Alvin, and he was the Air Force Chief of Staff. So he just got the boot halfway through his 4-year term. And well, apparently, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth wanted to go in another direction, whatever that means. Maybe
that means he wanted to get another sycophant in there. He wants to get someone with a lackluster career, Air Force career, to give a high position, much like they did the Joint Chief of Staff person that they got rid of, the black 4-star general, for the 3-star retired general that didn't even have the credentials for the position, that they wavered a lot of, and they waited till he could get up to snuff to be to get to get the position on merit that he did not have. Much like that. Maybe that's what it is. But remember, this administration is about meritocracy, not about DEI. Even if the DEI person have all the merits, we're going to get a general 1 star below him that does not even have the classification for his job. We'll wait on him to get it. We'll waive. Is that not what do you call that? WEI? ND? NDI? What the fuck are you calling that? Let's continue.
Hegseth wanted less competent people, and the general wanted more competent people, or maybe.
Yes, that's what it is. Hegseth wanted less competent people, and the general wanted more competent people. You can rest your bottom dollar on that. You don't want someone at the top telling the military the actual factual way that the military is run. You just want people who just gonna hold their head down and do any stupid thing this person in charge of our administration wants of them, even if it includes harming our citizens. So we'll end with
Hegseth wanted
this.
more group chats where we leak out classified stuff, and the general's like, no, I don't want to do that. So basically, they're going to let the general announce his retirement on his own accord, opposed to just, hey, you're fired, we're going to tell everyone. But it ends up being the same thing. They're getting pushed out because, again, Hegseth wanted to go in a different direction.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You're AJ Secretary. I'm here with Secretary Hegseth from the Department of Defense. And we had our big beat body challenge today. You can beat 6 minutes. You can be part of this.
Possible, so that Trump and all his billionaire buddies can benefit from any kind of deregulation or benefit from basically removing any sort of adults in the room. And that's what this all boils down to. If I want to make it simple, is kick out all the adults, keep all the kids, and I guess make everything a kids table. And when you do kids tables, you can also do insider trading and horse swapping and this kind of stuff. One of Trump's buddies over at SoftBank just announced they're going to do a $2 billion investment in the American chip maker Intel. The basic idea is they're going to buy it up for, I think, $23 a share, again, buy $2 billion worth. And this comes at a time when the Trump people are saying, hey, what if the government were to take a 10% stake in Intel? Wouldn't that be fantastic? Wouldn't it be fantastic if the government came in and bailed out Intel? I mean, wouldn't that be awesome? And if the government is going to bail out Intel with a 10% stake, wouldn't it be better if one of my friends came in and bought some stock first? So there's that.
Brian, it's infuriating. We had nowhere to go. Capital One stripped 300 bank accounts from me, 300 in the middle of the night. They sent us a letter after doing business for 20-something years. All your bank accounts for golf courses and condominium buildings and hotels, they're all gone in the middle of the night. I mean, how do you pay your taxes? How do you pay your employees?
All of my 300 bank accounts. Why do I have 300 bank accounts? I can't tell you. But banking is horrible. These are the brilliant minds that Witkoff's son is in bed together, making billions off of these bitcoins that they're selling. So I'm going to let this play out. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. I will see you guys tomorrow because this was a lot. And I'm going to end with this.
This happened across the board. It happened with JP Morgan Chase. It happened with Bank of America. It happened with First Republic. And this wasn't just happening to the Trumps, people with a lot of zeros on the end. This was happening to conservatives all over the country. We didn't have a damn choice. So before my father, won the election, before my father was in office, we started getting into cryptocurrency. The people in cryptocurrency were being debanked just like Trump was being debanked. Right. And you know what? It's become the fastest growing industry anywhere in the world. It's actually removed a lot of the power from the big banks who have weaponized their platforms against the American people, and I could not be more proud to be here.
And then we got some crypto news. Basically, there's this company called Gemini. I think you can buy and sell your doggy coins and such on that thing. It's owned by the Winklevoss twins. They said, hey guys, we're going to go IPO. And remember, under Trump, this crypto NFT craze is all happening because I guess under Biden people were a little bit more stricter on money laundering and crypto and stuff like that. Whereas under Trump, hey, let's everybody money launder and let's make USA the money laundering capital of the world. Well, they call it crypto, but we can all have a discussion on that. But essentially what it is more doggy coins, more monkey coins, etc. And this comes at a time when Trump is sending the economy, into recession effectively, as he's got this global trade war to put more cost pressures on everyone. And, their solution is, hey, more crypto is exactly what we need. And essentially, I think a lot of these people are trying to cash out before the party ends. And also under Trump, we have more merger deals happening. So effectively, as a consumer in America, you're going to have less choice as all these companies combine forces. And who needs a free market? Let's just let everyone merge and turn this everything into big monopolies and oligarchies, because that's Trump's world. In this media world, it's going to be Sinclair and Tegna. I guess Sinclair's got about a $4 billion in debt, so they're kind of struggling over there. The size of this is actually quite large. Tegna owns about 64 stations in many major markets, and then Sinclair has about 178 TV stations. So effectively, when you put these together, you're going to have like over a couple hundred stations, all owned by one. And I think probably what you'll see when all of these stations combine and merge, again, you'll have less choice as a consumer. If you're going to talk about your local news.
And what you need to know about Sinclair is they bought up a whole lot of small local news broadcasting stations, and all of the news content is basically the same, and it is all right wing news. So that's what you're going to get with this merger. These are going to be your choices. Okay, so I wanted you to know that as well. All right.
You may sort of have that.
I appreciate you guys for being here, and that's all for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
One narrative that they're all saying. It's a way for them to cut costs and consolidate control/information, however you want to read it. My point of view, though, is on this stuff. I think it's good to have, your local news, your local stations, these kind of things. But a lot of people have moved on to streaming. So to be fair to them, cable and TV is a losing industry at the moment as everyone's gone to streaming. But that doesn't necessarily mean I want everything to be consolidated into one company. I think more diversity in any kind of market is a good thing, and consumers don't necessarily want everything controlled just by